How's it going, everybody? We are back for some good old-fashioned multiplayer Pyre, RITE NITE style. If you are unfamiliar with the RITE Club Discord server, then of course, that is the place for all things multiplayer Pyre, which is a group that you can join by clicking on that link right there. We'll be playing with those people from the RITE Club today, but those of you in chat, you are not off the hook. No. You see the red circle with the white L below chat. You click on that, you will find all the various requests that you can make today, which include things ranging from choosing players' exiles, masteries, talismans, songs, arenas, even Titan stars are all fair game. So, without further ado, let's get started here, jumping in to versus mode, and chat, let us know who would like to get us started today. Who would like to do the ceremonial first rite? And what's Zadar? Thanks for stopping by. Good to have you for RITE NITE today. Everyone else, how you doing? Let me jump into Discord while we're at it. There we go. Now I'm truly ready to go. Well, let me open up Steam Friends as well. Now I'm truly ready to go. So, who will it be? Who would like to get us started today? It is the right time indeed. Indeed.
Another joins your ranks.
And Core, thank you very much for the sub. Appreciate the support. Good to have you back, of course. How are you? Getting close to the 12 months, which I think will give you a new badge for what it's worth. Or would you like to get us started today? He's not ready to go. Well, yeah, who is? Who is ready to go? Who would like to get us started? We've got some peoples in chat. Failer is. All right. Let me send the invite over to Failer then. Failer, are you on Steam yet? I don't think so. But that'll be one of two people. So that means we're still looking for one more. Failer can fill one of two spots. Who would like to take the second of those spots? Let's see. Failer. Steam says you haven't been online all week. I'm going to try sending you an invite anyway. And see if that still works. Yeah, so I can fill in. Generally, bonkers. Absolutely bonkers, right? So, I mean, we have a ton of people in chat today right now, so I imagine we should have the numbers to make it work, but if people are not yet available or for whatever reason can't hop in right now, then I can swap in, but generally I prefer to maximize the number of people from chat who get the chance to play, so I'm just a backup. I just hop in if other people are not available. So I can, but I'd like to get you guys. Team is still on ME3. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh yeah, you guys didn't know we're playing Mass Effect 3 today? Guys, we're playing Mass Effect 3 today, by the way.
Menu soundtrack.
There we go. Now it should say Pyre. You might need to refresh. Keen eye there, I wrote her though. Speaking of which, say, I wrote her. Would you like to hop in here? I mean, otherwise, yeah, sure, I can jump in, but who wants that, right? Sure? Awesome. All right, let's do it then. Let me send you an invite. And Failer, did you get in when Steam still says you're offline?
Yeah, I did.
Right now. Wait, hold on. Does it still say that you're offline on Steam? I think it still does. Yeah, you are. Apparently, you are in my game right now, and Steam insists that you are not currently online. So that's a weird one.
What?
That's a weird one. I could show you.
You'll love
Frank.
to see it.
Hold on. Failer, last online 6 days ago. Failer says he is currently in the game right now with us. So, thanks, Steam. That makes tons of sense. Now it acknowledges that Failer's here. Okay, I just needed to call Steam out then it starts to behave properly. So, I mean, not that that's a huge deal, but... Alright, invite sent to you, iRotor. That's all an aside. Okay, so I assume, Failer, you're gonna end up being player 1 here. Fate and Withdrawn.
You still have your controller
Oh, I do.
plugged in. That's
Man, iRotor is on top of this game today. He's calling me out. In the right way, though. Or Failer's just a ghost. This
I'm
also...
player 2 right now,
Oh, really? Wow.
and iRotor's player 3 right now.
Oh, well, that does explain things. Hold on. I believe this can be fixed. Failer is now theoretically player 1. iRotor is now theoretically player 2. We will see if in practice this is really the case.
yes.
Looks like it. Okay. Nice. That robot is a ghost. Failer is not a robot. No. No, he's not. A ghost, maybe, but not a robot. Alright, so, let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for this first one. Otherwise, we'll give these two a chance to warm up a bit first, and we'll just have them take whatever they want to take. Taylor, were things working on your end now that we've theoretically switched you over to player 1? Looks like it. Oh, great, and I forgot to put your names on here. Give me just a second. I forgot to do that. I got all distracted. Okay, so... Confirmed. Failer is, in fact, player 1. Confirmed. iRotor is, in fact, player 2. Confirmed. Failer is, in fact, playing as the Fate, and iRotor is the Withdrawn. There we go. Okay. Now let's get going. No requests from chat, so you guys have got it easy this time. We do have a song request. You guys snuck in a song request while I wasn't looking? You guys snuck in a song request. Okay, so that's not a real song request. It's the first thing you need to know. And Barrick, you know what you did! You know what you did!
Let us see which one of you is more deserving.
Can't sneak that one past me, okay?
The withdrawn stand ready.
Alright, we are at the Caribou, which is, of course, a go-to place for Ball of the Void shenanigans. Now, of course, this is also the first Rite of the Night, and are people ready to get straight into that kind of craziness? Perhaps, perhaps not. Taylor, is it still working? Okay, cool.
Yeah, pretty good.
So yeah, no requests, so totally up to you as to what you'd like to take here. Careful, Barrick, don't test me. You've seen what we've done in the past. Baylor starts with Bertrude. I find it interesting how it seems fairly often that iRotor, despite being a member of the Withdrawn, whenever he uses Crones, very rarely does he use Udmilda, well, with Udmilda being his team captain. What's up, Duff? How's it going? Still loving those moon-flushed emotes. Cam did such a good job on those. So we usually only do predictions for when we have tournaments, or we've ever done it for Civil War? I don't think we did it for Civil War, generally speaking. I think it's mostly just tournaments. Because the tournaments, they're more competitive inherently, and there are less requests there. It's mostly players just taking their preferred teams, whereas in the average RITE night, in which people might be fielding requests, which could occasionally be somewhat memey, then there's some potential for some gaming of the system there. Alright, well, here we go, our first RITE of the night. Thaler with the Fate versus Iroder with the Withdrawn. Here's Iroder with Almer. Banishing one defender, teleporting to the orb, and throwing this one in for 20. Thaler loaded up on the starting Pyre life, is at, or at least was at, 200. So even after that score, even after this score, Thaler's still at 150. So Iroder off to a quick start. Iroder lost Vorfrit there, somehow sneaks in that throw past two defenders. Back at full strength is Iroder, and the momentum continues to build here. Teleports once again to the orb. This time, defender does stop the throw, but gets banished in the process. Thaler with Bertrude. She's blocked on her jump. Has it back here. And hops in for 30. Iroder did have some additional starting Pyre life, but not nearly as much, so we are practically tied here. Once again, Iroder teleporting to the orb, tries to get a throw off, but Thaler quick enough to stop that from happening. Bertrude, hops over one defender, but the second one spawns in just in time for Iroder. Free orb, Thaler takes it momentarily, but then gets banished. Same can be said for Iroder. Demon versus Demon, Thaler get a little bit of reinforcements here, trying to chase down the last of Iroder's defenders. As he does so, though, Iroder does get Almer back, who teleports to the orb and throws this one in, after what seemed to be Thaler building momentum in that series. But it's back to Iroder here once again, plunging for 30 with Vorfrit. No prayer beads, so that means it's Almer's turn. He's unsuccessful this time. Bertrude on the counter for Thaler goes straight in for the 30 damage plunge. And she does have prayer beads, so she's back. Oh, and look at that attack from Iroder. Banishes two defenders, but does lose Vorfrit. For a second there, it looked like she was going to go one Crone army. Demon versus Demon. Iroder goes down. Iroder teleports to the orb, but gets banished here. Thaler with Bertrude hops over one defender, gets banished by the second. Banished by the same, really. Almer again. Look at this play here from Iroder with Almer. Gets rid of all the defenders, setting up this throw. Iroder blocked. Banishes the defender. Has the orb back here, hops over the other defender and into the Pyre here for 30. That drops Thaler down to 12, meaning one more score may be all that Iroder needs here. Could this be it with Almer? Not this time. Thaler running out of time here, but plunges with Bertrude and drops Iroder down to 45, so Thaler needs 2 scores, Iroder needs 1. Iroder stopped this time. Thaler has the Crone Salute, turning all of Iroder's characters into defenseless Howlers. So Thaler with the time to throw this in, uncontested for 30, and now it is all sudden death here. Next score wins. Who will it be? Iroder makes the first move, but gets blocked. Now it's Thaler's turn. Both players losing an exile there. Almer has been very dangerous for Iroder and goes straight in for the winning plunge. GG.
GG.
Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alright, well played, you two. Good way to get us started tonight. Let's head on back and chat. Let us know if there's anything you want to see for the next one.
We actually do have bets in tournaments.
We have what? Sorry?
Bets in tournaments.
Yeah. For the tournaments we do. I don't think we've done it for Civil War. We ever done it for Civil War? We didn't do it last time. don't remember if we did it on any previous occasions for the Civil War. Yeah, that's usually the only time we do is for tournaments, because, like I said, you know, if someone is doing some really silly request, then you could inherently favor one player of the other, then you can basically, you know, fix the games so that you can non-stop gain all the points you want, and that kind of defeats the whole purpose. So, you know, in the interest of not turning it into a war over winning as many lid coin as possible, I think it makes sense for us to save it just for the tournaments when we don't have all of those requests available, so that it's truly working as intended for predicting who you think the winner is in an actual competitive match.
I mean, on the other hand, are you truly in esports if you didn't have a match fixing scandal?
Well, you may be right about that. You may be right about that, but you know, we'll try to minimize the matchmaking scandals to the extent possible. Could be done for liberation rights? I suppose so. Alright, not seeing any requests though. Why don't we get this one started? We'll turn off the sermon intro though. If the entire stream turns into everyone fixing the matches, then it derails the entire stream. That's the concern. Oh, look at this! Well, as it turns out, you did get your vote. You did, in fact, get your boat after all. Funny the way that worked out. Oh, and look at this. You love to see it. Phaler's starting out with a Ring Jodariel. Of course, those demons, those darned demons, they are quite a handful on the boat, especially if you find ways to make them faster or be able to sprint more easily, which seems to be the way that Phaler is definitely going. Might be the way that iRotor goes here, unless you go all in for the maximum possible net score, that being a Brazen Manor Demon plunging with that Flame Leech active so that he leeches for 50% of the damage dealt back toward his Pyre. Okay, Phaler doubles down on the demons. Remember, for iRotor, the second character is the one that he'll be starting with in most situations. So he also goes double demon. And then Phaler locks in the third and final demon on his side. Will iRotor follow suit? Yes, he does. Solium's Horn as well, a more defensive talisman there. Interesting, but here we go. So prepare yourself for some humongous boat magic jumps and a random Will of the Scribes as well. That is so fitting. Oh, but no one took Orlek. Would have been even more fitting in that case. Still, I think, probably the best song in this situation, as it was truly a match perfectly made. What would that request for the boat, and we didn't set it, but it just so happened to turn into the boat. It was the Will of the Scribes. It must have been. So we'll see if either player tries to go for the huge full arena jumps into the opposing Pyre. Of course, I think that Orlek is generally best at that, but it is possible to do, even with your other more standard demons as well. Looks like iRotor might have been going for there. That was a close one, but unsuccessful that time. Goes from closer, knocks back the defenders, and plunges in here for 30. Phaler, remember, took that ring, which means he has the infinite stamina at the beginning of the round, so he can speed forward with Jody. Pushed aggressively, but she does go down. iRotor is down Bizpleth after having plunged with her. Oh, and there's the little extra boost on that jump for the boat magic. So iRotor putting it to good use there, and using it to get the orb this time as well. Oh, got a lot of air that time, but he is blocked. and banished. Failure, his turn. Goes for it. Nah, not the air that time, though. It is tough to make it happen. It is very inconsistent. So sometimes you just have to pray to the scribes. Here's our rotor, plunging for another 30. The will of the scribes, indeed. Oh, look at that super speedy Jody from Failure. Our rotor with an aggressive jump, but didn't have the orb at the time, then follows up and does get in with the orb this time. Once again, speedy Jody. This time sneaks under the defenders. It kind of misses the Pyre, but we'll give her the 30 points nonetheless. Rotor with Visible F, trying to snake around the defenders and does find a way through them. Speedy Jody again, this time dispossessed and banished. But Rotor, of course, ideally trying to set up that Brazen Manor plunge. Didn't have time to do it this time, though, and is now defenseless. So time for Failure. Does he go for the huge slam dunk? Oh, misses the opportunity there and has to settle for a throw. Does get the full damage out of it, just as Rotor was starting to get someone spawning in to defend him. Big clash in the middle. Rotor ends up with the orb, but is blocked. Banishes the defender. Gets the orb back. That was a big jump there. Does go down, though. Rotor preemptively sets up Brazen Manor, but it's Failure with the orb. Failure again. Jody knocks back the defender and sprints in for 30 damage. Rotor, not this time. Failure with Visible F. Blocked. Remember, Rotor took the additional casting range with Jody, and so trying to put it to use there, but moving forward with Jody this time. Banishes one defender, but Failure does have it back. Gets a lot of air in that one, but wasn't going toward the Pyre. Now he goes down, and now it's Failure who's defenseless. So time for Rotor. Goes for the throw, and has to cut it slightly short. 29 damage rather than the full 30 that time. Ooh, it looked like Failure had it, but it's actually Rotor who ends up with the orb this time. Now Failure retrieves it. Rotor continuing to apply the pressure. Stay there with just Vizpaleth. Does he wait to get reinforcements? Has Jody back now. Vizpaleth is blocked and banished. So now it's Rotor's turn. That was quite the jump. Failure. Gets a little bit of an extra boost from the boat, but loses his last exile. Now Vizpaleth has returned. Rotor on the attack. Trying to bait Failure out here, but loses his attacker. Failure has plenty of demons to choose between. Trades one. Loses the other. Oh, and here comes Rotor setting up the Brazen Manor. Will he have time to put it to use? Not this time. Failure now with Iggy. Rotor. Oh, was looking for that big jump, but just didn't get it that time. Is a bit a matter of luck. I'd say about a 10% luck, 20% skill. Failure gets the extra boost from the boat and is very close to the Pyre. Oh, last second, though, is blocked by Rotor. Still has it, not for long. Now Rotor pressing forward with Ignarius. He's blocked. But knocks back the defender, banishes one of the defenders, banishes the other defender, suddenly has time, and sneaks in here with the Flame Leech. So that's 30 damage and 15 leech. No Brazen Manor that time, though. So just a net 45. Failure, though, plunges here to try to make up for that. Rotor blocked. Has it back. Ooh, knocks back the defender, and that plunge is all he needs. GG.
The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The The rite is ended.
Well played, and it truly was.
Till the
The will of the tribes, it seemed. We had a request for the boat, and we got a random boat. Jumps galore. Exactly.
Fader disconnected?
Thought I heard someone
Yeah, I
disconnect
just
there.
lost connection.
Okay, should I just resend you an invite here?
Is it lagging in general, or was it just this one?
Yeah, was that just a fluke? Or have things been not going so well performance-wise?
Nope, things have been okay.
Okay,
I don't know what happened there.
alright, well, invite resent. So let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one between Phaler and iRotor. A fun, impromptu, all demons on the boat. No request for the demons part, but both players decided that was just the best way to go about doing it that time. Yeah, and you're still player one here, Phaler?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. Not seeing anything else from chats. Was it Emberic? Was it you who had the boat request? It was. I mean, we could do another boat if you'd like, although we did get a random boat, so I think it just so happens to have worked out that way, and I don't know, I think we proceed with a random arena here in that case. So let's get started. Yeah, we got it. Exactly. It just so happened to work out wonderfully.
The fate,
Okay, this time it's Nest of Trysta.
the withdrawn. Welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
And so Phaler goes with Almer in the first spot. Might this be one of his all fate setups? It might be.
Exile.
Once again, iRotor does go with a Crone in the first spot here. It's Vorfrit, not Udmilda, as I was saying before, just a little bit odd, both of them being the withdrawn.
Exile.
That's,
The worst thing about this is that I cannot take tab and press twice for the demon.
That is fate member number 2 for Phaler. Can the game choose the same arena twice in a row of its own accord? I'm not sure if it can. That's a good question. I mean, obviously we can hard set it to be the same arena twice in a row with a choice on the main menu, but I don't know if a random one can ever do the same arena twice in a row. I don't remember if we've seen that happen. Okay, this time Phaler goes with the speedy Pamitha in the last spot there with the Harp Salute, meaning that he can switch places with his closest ally using that salute. Generally means moving a less mobile teammate closer to the Pyre, since Pamitha does have good mobility, of course. Then it's Raji in the last spot there, so an Imp for iRotor. Here we go. Phaler first to the orb. His throw, though, is intercepted. Banishes one defender, although it is iRotor who is now on the attack. Though Raji probably not his preferred exile to do that with. Waits to get some reinforcements. Almer has returned. Here he is. Moves forward. Vanishes with the first throw. Teleports to the orb, but Phaler saw it coming. Phaler goes through his portal. Doesn't exactly take him far, though. So iRotor able to rush him down. iRotor choosing whether it should be Vorfrit or Almer. The answer is none of the above. Vorfrit does return. He is quite speedy, but she's blocked and banished here. That brings back Phaler's Almer, who is banished by iRotor's Almer. Phaler's Almer once again. Throw is intercepted. iRotor flies over the lava momentarily to buy some time while Vorfrit returns. She goes down quickly.
There goes the orb.
Very defensive showdown thus far. As both players trying to teleport to the orb with their savages, although both players up to the task defensively. Phaler has a very aggressively placed portal, though. Used Pamitha to go through it, but iRotor able to stop that. Vorfrit goes the jumping route this time, but unsuccessful. Baylor was perhaps waiting to see if Iroda was going to teleport to the orb, and did, and then was ready for the banishment. Baylor still has that portal, though, and uses it to set up this quick throw. Baylor first to the orb and gets the throw off quickly here. So much faster round 2 compared to that very long round 1 we had. Will this continue to be a defensive showdown? Or will the floodgates open here? Baylor waits for the orb to come back. Now has it with Pamitha. Tries to hard push his way in, but unsuccessful this time. Loses armor as well. That means numbers advantage here for Iroder, who throws it in for 20. Almer banishes one defender. Baylor, though, with his Almer, his throw gets intercepted, and now Iroder passes it back, banishes the defender. Baylor has someone back, though, to stop that second attempt, but loses Almer. Baylor deliberately not picking up the orb there, you saw. I think that was to try to bait Iroder into using his Almer salute in preparation for banishing Almer as soon as he did. But here is Almer with no one to stop him this time. Baylor first the orb and gets the throw off. So an interesting duel of Savage salutes. This throw, though, from Baylor Savage is intercepted. Forfeit banished. Baylor loses Almer. So it's going to have to be Pamitha, who's blocked and banished. Forfeit. Her throw is unblockable, but didn't quite have enough range on it before she got banished. Baylor teleports to the orb, but doesn't go much further than that. Iroder does have a portal in play here. Goes through it, but goes down. And that portal gets moved this time, and Baylor has now the more dangerous portal, but Iroder saw it coming and yet mistimed the jump there, so Baylor's still able to make it through and go in for the plunge. Baylor on the attack. Iroder with the counter now. But not this time. Baylor with Pamitha, perhaps again buying time, trying to fly over the lava to do so. Well, see, the thing is, Baylor may have gotten Almer in what would normally be an intraversable area, using Pamitha's salute to change places with Almer when she was over the lava. Oh, look at that throw, sneaking past Baylor's exile there. Certainly looked like Baylor was going to intercept that. That means one score is all Baylor needs, but Iroder just needs 2 here, so he's certainly not out of it. Iroder, back to Vorfrit. Goes the jumping route, but blocked and banished. Iroder teleports the orb, but gets banished again. Now Baylor's turn, no one to stop Pamitha here, and that will do the trick.
Good game.
GG. Baylor, I assume that wasn't intended to teleport Almer into that little island off the arena.
Didn't even know that island was there.
All right, well.
Learn something new every day.
There you have it. There you have it. Almer just wanted a little excursion, is all. A little vacation.
I knew the top shelf, like way above the arena, was there, but I didn't realize it extended all the way down to that point.
Yeah, that's not that far away. I'm surprised we haven't seen more people end up there.
Yeah.
Well, let us know, chat, if there is anything you'd like to see for this next one between Baylor and Iroder. That one was just them taking whatever they wanted. We had one on the boat that turned into a demon showdown. Not seeing anything else request-wise from chat right now, though, so let's get the next one started. This time it's the book.
Shall take on the withdrawal. Welcome.
It's a very small arena, which may influence the characters that our players choose to take here. Baylor, perhaps known for going with a Cur-centric team on the book, leads off with a Titan Tooth on Dalbert, so he'll stun anyone that he jumps into. And perhaps to counter that, Iroder goes with the Titan Tooth Tizo. Baylor follows up with his own imp. And Iroder goes with a second imp here. And Phaler once again going with the teleporting Pamitha with her salute. And Iroder finishes off with a Meta Demon with Vizpaleth. So here we go. Phaler with Dalbert. That's a double Titan Tooth. And remember, Iroder can banish with those throws on Vizpaleth. However, Phaler with enough of an opening here to plunge with Dalbert. No prayer beads on him, so that means he's gone for this round. Here's Pamitha. She is the one with prayer beads on Phaler's team. So that is in some ways actually his preferred plunger. Phaler through the portal to try to apply some pressure on Iroder, and does so. Orb inadvertently hits Iroder's Pyre and bounces out, which might have been the difference maker there. Phaler might have otherwise had an uncontested score. Does still manage to make it in with Pamitha, though. As we said, she does have prayer beads. She's still in here. Now it's Dalbert's turn. Once again, the Titan Tooth stun. This time, setting up his plunge. Iroder goes through his portal there and has just enough time to get this throw off. Titan Tooth once again stunning Iroder. Ooh, well maneuvered there to set up the banishment on the throw. Trying to avoid Pamitha and gets rid of her. Has the orb back and use it once again to banish a defender. Knocks back the defender with the jump. And plunges here for 30. Did not have prayer beads on Vizpaleth though, so that means no Vizpaleth in this round for Iroder. And Phaler goes quickly here with Dalbert, and that drops Iroder down to 20. So one more score may be all that Phaler needs here, though no Dalbert for him in this round. Actually, same could be said for Iroder. One score either way, so sudden deathmatch here. Will this be it? Banishes the defender Iroder with the orb on the Pyre. Oh wait, what? Why did I think that Phaler had 20 Pyre life? That's at 40. Iroder needed 2 scores. Now we're in a sudden death match. Double Titan Tooth stuns both players. Phaler is the one who seals the deal.
Good game.
PG. And to answer your question, basically, people will choose different exiles for different arenas at times because, well, arenas are different. For example, the book is one of, if not the smallest arena, and so that inherently favors some exiles over others. For example, the Curs are so quick that they can pick up the orb and sprint and hop in one round of stamina. Makes them very dangerous on the book. Compare that to, say, the Follisolium, which is one of, if not the largest arena, and that's much more difficult to do. Rollenbert with an XLs request here, alright. We'll see what that's all about. Let us know what you're thinking, Rollenbert. Most cursed twin ring pairing. Ooh. Most cursed. So it's exiles plus talisman. So yes, double ring on whatever you think the most cursed pairing is. Certainly some room for interpretation there. Interested to see what direction Thaler and iRotor choose to go in with that one. Alright, so let's see what direction they choose to go in here.
The fate versus the withdrawn.
Alright, so, and well, we were talking about a small arena last time. This is perhaps the other arena that competes for the smallest one, certainly once the brambles start to spawn in. So the most cursed double ring pairing. I really don't know what direction they're going to go in with this one. I'm very curious to see. Of course, demons with the ring are a scary sight. It looks like, at least for one of those two ring exiles, that's the direction that Thaler will go in. iRotor goes the Imp route. Did not expect that. That's interesting to see how iRotor takes advantage of infinite stamina on an Imp. I mean, that is one of the... is the legendary talisman for Imps, is to give them infinite stamina, so that's probably why we don't see it all that
But
often.
didn't give me any choice.
Okay, let's see. What is it then? Oh, wait. Wait. What is it? No, I still don't know. Is it Tamitha? Is this it? I still don't know what you're going for. Speedy Vizpaleth, we still don't know what the plan is for iRotor. Oh. Okay. That looks more cursed now to me. It's Deluge is the second one with a ring for Thaler. Oh. Oh. So I believe this is ring carrier number 2 for iRotor. And it's Lendl. So Lendl plus, was it Tizo? It was Tizo. Lendl plus Tizo. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. So again, it was double ring for both players with whatever they thought was the most cursed possible pairing. So for Thaler, it was Jody and Deluge. For iRotor, it was Lendl and Tizo. Here's iRotor with Tizo. Avoids banishment there. Running out of stamina though. Oh, nearly finds way into the Pyre, but look at where that portal is. It is right next to Thaler's Pyre. But somehow Thaler snuck in there? Was that a worm throw, perhaps? So small I didn't see it. Tizo. Once again, perhaps just trying to get close to the Pyre to set up a dangerous portal. It looks as if iRotor is not trying to make it all the way in. And then goes in with Vizpaleth. That's what iRotor may be trying to do here. Vizpaleth, of course, capable of scoring for many more points than his other characters. Here's Lendl. Tizo, back and forth. Tizo, once again, sets up the portal. Lendl could go through the portal or could go directly. Banishes one defender, although that will slow iRotor down. But still finds a way in. Oh, and took Inner Glory with Tizo. Okay, so has the extra damage. Double Demon Banishment. That leaves just Lendl back to defend against Thaler's Throw here, which is unblockable, but it's short. Lendl gets rid of it, and suddenly it's Thaler on the attack. Relatively dangerous portal here, and Orb right on top of that portal. Thaler says, I'll take it. So iRotor able to fend it off. And, Vizpaleth, for a second there, looked like she was bombarding or sending Lendl careening toward Thaler's Pyre inadvertently. Ooh, I wrote her defenseless for the moment. Has visible Paleth back, perhaps just in time. Here she is. And she goes straight in for another 30 damage plunge. That's a very speedy Jody, but she stopped here. Oh, and here it is. I wrote her deliberately setting up a portal directly on top of Phaler's Pyre, making this score nigh impossible to stop. Phaler once again trying to move in with that speedy Jody, but unsuccessful this time. Stunning Claim will slow everyone down, stop them completely, giving Phaler a little bit of time to get Jody back. Raji blocked. Chasing after Tizo here. He goes down. Does set up a portal, not nearly as dangerous as some of those other ones we've seen I wrote her make. That throw from Phaler is unblockable, but it's just off target, so instead settles for the plunge here. I wrote her still at 113 Pyre life. So an uphill battle here for Phaler. Here comes Iroder, but no, Phaler first to the orb. And goes in here with his imp. So whittling away at Iroder's Pyre life. Tizo, still with it here for Iroder. Blocked. Banishes one defender and sets up the dangerous portal play. Phaler wants the orb, but also wants to be mindful of that portal. Here's Jody. Can't time the jump to knock back Tizo, and suddenly Phaler's defenseless here. For an extended period of time, I wrote her through the portal, and that
GG.
is the
Sorry,
blue
that,
throw.
I
GG.
thought I had. That wasn't. It was not delivered, yeah.
Stood by their side. Thus end this night's proceedings.
All right, let's head on back.
Until the stars align.
And this time, looks like we do already have some requests here. Those being no talismans, no masteries, just the base exiles. And I think that is it in terms of things we have already. Let us know, chat, if there's anything we want to do to go on top of that. Oh, and exiles, crones only. Oh, wait, no, I think that got changed. Crones only, nomads only. Nomads only. So nomads, no talismans, no masteries, everything no. All right, then, that covers just about everything unless somebody wants to go with an arena as well. Otherwise, it's going to turn into a Nomad Showdown. So let's do it. Oh, you hear the water. It's the Fall of Solium. I think this is a good place for all Nomad Showdown. It is a big arena, as we were saying before. And, well, there's not much to think about here, although you could make the case that it is telling what order players choose to select their nomads in. Both players leading off with Headwind.
Was this a request, or are we just doing this for fun?
It was a request, yeah, for all nomads. Yeah, so all nomads, no masteries, no talismans. And given how this is a huge arena, lots of room for those big nomad casts. Of course, more difficult to pull them out without, say, your goals bracers. A little harder to pull off. But likely to be a bit of a defensive showdown here. Yes, not the same defensive masteries that we usually see on the Nomads this time, but it's a lot of ground to cover for what is not normally one of the more mobile classes. Just remarkably average from a maneuverability standpoint. Here's Snadra. She's banished. Railroader still with Lendl. Can't get past the other Snadra. Taylor loses Snadra, but he's on the move here with Lendl, trying to save as much stamina as he can. But blocked and banished. And I think we're going to see a whole lot of players trading exiles here. It'll be interesting to see how they manufacture some offense. Oh, and Phaler sees a couple of Nomads lined up there, was probably looking to go for a 2-with-1 cast, but doesn't get it to happen here. And now it's iRotor, who has 2 people on the attack. Phaler does have 2 Nomads back there to try to defend. Ooh, iRotor fakes throw and goes plunge instead, and so he gets it started here. iRotor banishes one, then gets banished. Phaler does go after the orb there, and it's a little skittering maneuver there with with Snadra, although she does go down. Headwind and Lendl. Lendl goes down, but Headwind still with the orb here. Guarding it. Trying to get rid of as many defenders as he can. Now, can he outmaneuver the ones that still remain here? Trying to get rid of the orb so that he can cast and remove more barriers, but does find a way to outmaneuver Snadra there to get in for this 20 damage plunge. And of course, no prayer beads for either player means that any plunges will put them down 1 character for the next round. So that is iRotor, who is now at best at 2 Nomads. So we'll see if that changes the approach that either iRotor or Phaler takes here. Phaler theoretically perhaps able to be a little more aggressive this time, because now iRotor defenseless here, although does get Snadra back just in time to intercept that throw, but now defenseless once again. So time for Phaler. The throw is intercepted. iRotor just trying to get out from next to his own Pyre. Loses Snadra, but Lendl at least creates a little bit more space. Trying to buy some time to get Snadra back. Lendl does go down. Snadra has returned. Okay, they're on the move now with Headwind. Not for long. Snadra against Snadra. iRotor trying to chase her down. Does so. iRotor moving in with Snadra. Still has the orb back with Lendl, though. Passes it over to Snadra, hanging out in the corner now, and yes, it does work. So iRotor, with another plunge here, even when down 1 exile, of course, will find himself in that same situation this time after having plunged with Snadra. Does make matters more difficult for him, but he decided it was worth that sacrifice to get the 20 damage plunge. Now with Lendl. He goes down. Phaler, of course, still at full strength. Loses Snadra here. A casting duel makes iRotor defenseless momentarily, though Lendl has returned. And now back at least as much strength as he's going to get here. 2 Nomads. Now down to Lendl. That leaves just Headwind to defend against the other Headwind, which iRotor is able to do. Free orb. Except iRotor had someone going toward Phaler's Pyre, so a little bit of a diversion there, nearly the double banishment for iRotor. Now it's Phaler on the counterattack. And both players perhaps starting to get a little more aggressive offensively here. Banishing each other and sometimes switching back to their more defensively placed characters, but leaving someone in the offensive half of the arena, hoping that the other player does not notice them, and passing it back over to that player when they least expect it, set them up for a quick counterattack. Here's Phaler. Headwind, out of stamina, gets rid of the orb. It does go down nonetheless. Snadra versus Snadra. Snadra wins. Oh, and Phaler nearly quick enough to avoid the defender there, but not quite. And here it is, iRotor moving in with one of his players here. Gets the orb with another, passes it over to that offensively placed player. But Phaler saw it coming. That is, however, how we saw 1 or 2 scores. I think both players were using that strategy a bit previously. Phaler's attack thwarted. Now iRotor. Oh, look at that maneuver there. Does get pinned in the corner, though, with Lendl. He goes down. Snadra, her turn. abandons the orb to try to get rid of one of the defenders. And Failure decides eventually he'll try to go for it himself. Unsuccessful, though. Snadra versus Snadra. And now iRotor does have that opening he was looking for. Goes in here with Snadra for the 20 damage plunge, and once again iRotor down one character, but all he needs is one more score. Snadra. Vanished. Lendl. Gets rid of the other Lendl. Gets rid of another defender. Lendl, trying to turn into a one-man army here. Does eventually go down, though. Headwind for iRotor. Currently by himself. Now getting Lendl back. Still on the attack, though, is iRotor. Headwind. Pushing forward aggressively. Gets rid of the orb so that he can banish one defender. Does so and plunges for the win.
Good game.
GG.
And what a crushing victory it was.
Yeah, do we know exactly how the barriers on Fall of Solium work? Are they truly completely random? Are they always symmetrical?
I have never looked into it.
I haven't really taken mental note myself. Alright, we have another request here.
So seeing that request and seeing that we have like at least like we have one new person today, right? I want to play.
We have someone who
like
like
the
to jump
ideal
in?
request for that. If someone is also ends fair.
So that way, Failure has a bit of a handicap against this new player. Is there anyone else who'd like to jump in?
I mean, I don't want to play against Failure with 12 Titans or something. Winning is pretty fun, that's true.
Yeah, this guy doesn't realize that being good is fun.
I mean, if you're good at a game, well, I don't think anyone is like good in comparison to what we could be, but like when you see all the options opening up, that's when it becomes really fun. You see like all the crazy stuff you can do.
Yeah, exactly. Improving is fun.
Okay, like who was the new ZD or whoever?
Oh yes,
I'm not
we
sure
did
if
have
they're still
someone
there.
who was the first, who showed up for the first time. This is true. This is true.
So if you want to play it,
Yeah, it was Zaid R. If you're interested in hopping in, this could be a good opportunity to get you in here. Failure
not
is,
anymore.
not here
oh,
anymore.
then
Might not be.
I just think I'm playing. That's like I'm not sure what, but some crazy, usually non-viable composition. That's probably something I can think of.
Alright, so we do have a request here for Titan Stars, Nomads for Failure, anything for iRotor. Guys, let's chill a little bit on the policing what setups people have in chat, okay? Let the players do what they want to do. It's up to them. You, of course, you can create whatever requests you would like, but you know, there's discretion, room for discretion for the players to fill those requests as they see fit.
Also, why would you not go for like all the crazy stuff you can do? There's so many XL compositions and maps and stuff you can do.
Okay, do we have anything turning off talismans for this one, or do we have talismans back this time? We have the exiles. I think we do have talismans for this one. No worries, Rumi. It's one of those things where, you know, the more you try to think about it, the harder it is for it to come to mind. Path to Glory, alright. Masteries versus talismans. We've seen a little bit of that in the past. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, let's try this one out here.
By the way, if anyone else wants to hop in, not just...
Alright, so it was all Titan Stars for this one. And our rotor says he can swap out if anyone else is interested in swapping in, so let us know, chat, if that is the case. So as a reminder, all Titan Stars means if everyone gets banished on our rotor's side, they will all come... If everyone gets banished, they will all come back. Gets +8 quickness on all characters. Can maintain his aura when he has the orb. It will slowly shrink over time, though. +8 presence on all characters. Additional 5 damage for him. Starts with additional 30 Pyre life. Plus 50% stamina. Pyre starts with 30 less Pyre life. 5 leech every time Iroda scores. +8 hope for all of Iroda's characters. Built-in prayer beads for all of Iroda's characters. And extra brain cell.
I have an idea.
Oh, okay.
Welcome to Surfing. Let's see. I absolutely no idea how good or bad it will be with all Titan Stars.
Shall confront the withdrawn.
So it was all nomads for Phaler. But whatever Iroda would like.
The rites.
Core says he's good to jump in next. Alright. Maybe we'll get Core in for Iroda after this. Okay, that's a legendary talisman on Dalbert. Don't see that happen too often with the Curs. The one that has the cast linger on the ground longer, right?
You also don't see full right side often.
It's a sniper Dalbert indeed. Brawlenbert's Brawlenbert caught it. Defensive Cur. Oh, okay. Double Cur. Okay, and there is the third and final Nomad, of course, for Phaler. That is what he was directed to do. Iroder is continuing to go all right side Cur here. So yeah, defensive Cur setup. Something you don't see very often, but Iroder said, gonna try it out, see how it works. That we shall see. Phaler goes down with Headwind. That is a pretty big explosion on those Cur casts. Bigger than I realized. Everyone banished on Phaler's side means time for Iroder. Remember, with the Titan Stars active, has built-in prayer beads so he can plunge with whomever he'd like. That is a huge power cast on Cole's Bracer, though, of course. Yeah, Iroder trying to use those casts with the explosive temper to chain some banishments just like that. Phaler goes down here, brings back his teammates, though, with Sacred Bond. Phaler loses Headwind, brings back Snadra. More of those big casts from Iroder. Nearly, yes, does banish too. Look at that huge aura that stays on the ground as well. Plunge there from Iroder, drops Phaler down to 20. Remember, Phaler started with less Pyre life because of the Titan Stars, and Iroder is dealing extra damage every time. The throw is cut short, though. The banishment in time from Phaler. Phaler banishes some defenders. Remember, can't banish everyone, though, otherwise they will all come back. That is one of the other effects from one of the Titan Stars. That one is Shax. Phaler gets the orb here, close to the Pyre, makes it in this time, and has Burning Resolve, so that means 20 damage plus 10 leech. So Phaler's now up to 30, which means Iroder does now need 2 scores to take the win, rather than just 1. Phaler with Snadra, over to Lendl. Lendl, oh, shoulder smash. Oh no, shoulder smash is the defender, of course, I should say. But he does get stopped. Now Iroder Outnumbering Failure here, just Snadra back to defend. Snadra chases down Dalbert. She's banished. Failure gets Snadra back. Here is Snadra. She's blocked and banished. That leaves Lendl back to defend. He goes back to a defensive position, but able to chase down the attacker. Oh, and a double banishment from my rotor. That's what those big casts are for. As we said, though, that 10 leech from Failure was huge, so that means he's still hanging on here. Big cast from Failure that time. Oh, and wasn't sure if he wanted to jump or go straight in. Opted not to jump, and our rotor saw it coming. Battle of casts here. Oh, another huge banishment from my rotor, though. Can't get into the Pyre quickly enough. And that nearly was a triple banishment with that cast, just 2. They're able to bring back his friends, but once again, the explosive casts from my rotor are causing some serious problems here for Failure. No one back to defend, okay. So that's the winning plunge.
Just the walking speed with Titan Stars on of the cars is just insane.
Pretty crazy.
That's like probably the most OP of that. Just that you just walk fast.
Yeah, Brawlbird, I think I agree. I think, is that what people would generally say, is Shaxx is the strongest of all the Titan Stars? I feel like that was the conclusion we came to a while back.
I mean, if you abuse it, probably, like if you tailor your team towards it. Otherwise, it's probably the +8 quickness one.
Mm-hmm. Quickness is nice. Built-in prayer beads is nice situationally.
Yeah, I was gonna say, the prayer beads one is super good.
I don't know what else would be. I mean, well, obviously it's Yeastlock. So really, it's a question of what is second best after Yeastlock.
Oh, of course, yeah.
That goes without
That's
saying.
True. But +8 quickness is just so incredibly scary on everyone.
All right, so Arumi has done some digging.
Set, you could jump in?
I think, Core, are you still available to hop in here to take our rotor's place? They are symmetrical. There you see Arumi has done some digging to figure out the inner workings of how Fall of Solium works with the obstacles that spawn in. Sounds like Core is good to go here, so our rotor, if that works for you, can swap him in for you. Does that sound good?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for stopping by, iRotor. Good to have you today, as always.
Thanks for the rides. And I'll be watching you.
All right. Let's get 4 in here. I was about to say Arumi, because Arumi was... We were talking about Arumi's comment. No, Core. Core is the one who said he's looking to jump in here. Let's see. Core, are you currently on Steam? Yes, you are. Yes, you are. There you are. All right. Invite sent to you, Core. Set you up as well. Go. And Core, will it be Pyre Hearts for you today?
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, I think we've had, for whatever reason, we've had you going against a Nor for several RITE Nights in a row, so it's always been the question of Pyre Hearts, Nightwings, color scheme, not so great together, so we've had you go with a different triumvirate, but now with you going against the Fates, you can finally go back to your true colors, perhaps, the Pyre Hearts. You'll love to see it. There is a 1 in 65,536 chance that you get no fountains. Wow. That's crazy. Oh, man. If it ever happens, somebody needs to take a screenshot and show us. It's possible, see? It happened. Alright, I think we might have still had some requests for this one, though. We have... Nomads for Failure, Worms for Core. To put that in percentage form, that is 0.001525878% chance. So needless to say, not very likely for that to happen. Alright, let's reset our song as well. Then I think we are good to go here. Again, it's Nomads for Failure, It's worms for core. Yeah, is it a chance you get all fountains as well?
The fate shall now face.
Yeah, it might be more fitting to give hers to Phaler.
Welcome.
He is technically the Kerr team.
The rites. Head in.
Rumi says, yeah, that is possible. That is also possible. Just create a corridor of fountains. How many are there? Are there enough that you would actually be... Would it actually be difficult to get through there? They just block everything? Are there that many of them? If they were to all spawn in?
Yeah, we have a Titan Stars hang over here.
We do. Yeah, we should reset. Titan Stars After Effect. Giving core the hangover. Should be fine here, though. There's 16 total. Yeah, how much room would that really take up?
The fate.
Alright, we go from one extreme to the other. Now we're on the book.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Rumi can force it to always roll one way or the other so he can check. I am curious. I'm more curious to see what it's like to have them all spawn in. See just how crowded it truly is. Because like the open arena, you can imagine that fairly easily. Completely separate lanes. Huh.
Sir Gilman.
Interesting. So again, it's all nomads for Phaler. All worms for core. Got an almost full Solium. It's like a supermarket. I mean, I guess that makes sense given what I wrote or said. With the separate lanes. We have Dalbert coming through aisle 3. Another banishment to clean up in aisle 2. Okay, that is an exploding deluge. That is the correct worm to make the exploding worm. So well done, core. Okay, there goes with the Lanthorn there on Lendl, so he'll bring back a teammate whenever he banishes one of his opposing players. Last one for core is Lady River, and he goes with Leech on her. So here we go, an all-nomad setup for Phaler versus an all-worm setup for core. And of course, kind of like with Shax, kind of like as people were saying, the whole if you banish people, then they come back, sort of like worms. That's what happens here for core, and he plunges for 15 to get things started with Gilman. Bro looked like it might have been off target, though. Or causing some problems, though, being very aggressive with his worms here. And plunges once again with Seize Chance active, so that's 25 damage in that case, rather than the usual 15. Gilman. His throw is definitely short that time, though he banishes 2 defenders. Make that 3 defenders. Gilman, a bit of a blood rage here. Throws it in uncontested now for 15. Gilman back at it now. His throw. Off target, he's banished. Lendl. For Phaler. Gets rid of 1 defender. Has an opening here. And hops in for 20 and leeches 10 back for Phaler's Pyre. Edwin gets rid of 1 of the worms. And nearly hops over the second one into the Pyre, but is just shy of making it in. Or trying to make it in while he still has Seize Chance active. Not this time. Gets rid of Snapper, though. Looking for an opening. Can't find it this time. Gilman. Roving. His throw is short. Now Phaler. Edwin. He's blocked, and now banished. Lady River. Goes around the other way. Remember, she has Leech, and that throw does hit for 10 damage and 10 Leech. The throw is short. The core back at it here, and the second throw does hit for 13. Taylor back with it now. Lendl. Blocked. And banished. Ooh, snipe there from Phaler. Gilman. Phaler chasing him down. Gets the orb back. Avoids banishment with Headwind, but gets blocked. Sidesteps that cast. Tries to make it in this time, but he's blocked again. Sidesteps that cast. Snipes one of the worms. The other worm is right next to Phaler's Pyre, though. He throws it in for 15. And Core theoretically could win this with 1 score if he has Seize Chance active. Otherwise, it'll take 2. But Phaler plunges here and leeches 10 Pyre Life back. That is key. Because that now means even with Seize Chance, Core does not have enough damage. Oh, Phaler loses one of his Nomads there. Thinks about bringing Lendl back. Does so this time. Here is Lendl. Sidesteps that cast. Trying to go around Core and does. 20 damage on the plunge and 10 more Leech. Phaler working his way back here. Core the one who got the banishment that time, and that time. Phaler defenseless for the moment. Time for Core. Throws it in for 15 and the 10 Leech on his side. Now Phaler down to 22 means once again, Seize Chance would give Core enough damage, otherwise it would take 2 scores. Phaler successful defensively. Brings Headwind back. Headwind hopping around. Sees an opening, and seizes the chance to plunge for 20 and leech 10 back. And now Phaler just needs 2 scores. Here's Core's throw for 11. Dropping Phaler down to 21 means, yes, 2 scores, unless Seize Chance, in which case 1 is all Core needs. Ooh, Phaler, for a second, it looked like he saw an opportunity to banish all of Core's exiles. Then again, remember, the worms will come back if that is the case. Ooh, nearly enough time for Core to finish the throw there, but not quite. Phaler now with Snadra, and only Snadra. Now Headwind has returned just in time. He brings back Lendl. Ooh, but down he goes, as does Lendl. Phaler defenseless here. No Seize Chance means Phaler still hanging on here with 6 Pyre Life. Needless to say, 1 score is all Core needs. And there it is. GG.
Good game.
GG.
End this night's proceedings.
Well played.
Until the next rite.
All right, let's see. I think we do already have some requests for this next one. Let's see. Where did we leave off last time? Rumi says he's posted images of the empty and full falls. Okay, let's take a quick look at that. Let's see what we have here. This looks like the empty Fall of Solium. Pull up in just a second once it loads, which it may have decided not to do. Okay, thanks. No, come on. You can do it. Here it is. Oh, there it is. Yeah. So this is the empty Fall of Solium. Very open. Very open. Reminds you of the early Glade of Lu before all the stuff starts spawning in. Then, let's see. So that was the empty Fall of Solium. I'm more curious about the full Fall. Okay. Yeah, this is what I want to see. The full Fall of Solium. The whole supermarket, lanes, aisles, whatever you want to call them. Yeah, I mean, there certainly is still room to move. It's not like you're completely blocked or anything, but that is still a lot of obstacles there. So there's what? We said a 0.0015% chance of seeing either of these things popping up, something like that. But Arumi, with some little coding magic, found a way to test it out. Very cool. Thanks, Arumi. Okay, so let's see. Then we did have some requests. I do believe we had some requests. Let's see. So we have Nomads for Failure, or uses saps. Then, okay, we have stuff for the next one after that. The Glorious Tradition will be the song.
I think the one after this will be my last one of the day. Been here
Okay.
for a while.
Okay. Alright, so let us. So again, that is Nomads for Failure, it is Saps for Core. So very defensive showdown, perhaps, in this one. Oh, actually, okay, alteration for this one. Failure, on the skills? Is that what you're referring to?
Shall now face the Pyre.
Alright, chat, I'm gonna be blunt here. We gotta be more respectful. We gotta be more respectful of each other, the players, other people in chat. This is getting out of hand here, guys. Let's be reasonable. Treat each other with respect. That should go without saying.
Hang on, what's going on?
Request Failure for you to have no skills and for Core to use whatever. Which,
I won't use skills.
All right, Corey, you want to go no skills?
Yeah, no skill.
okay.
All right.
Headwind.
Wait, am I still using saps?
I think the Saps thing is still happening.
Oh, well that.
I think it's still Nomads versus Saps, but it's no mastery. So this could
rest.
this could be a little bit of a problem.
Although I should be good, decent against nomads, because saps are good against nomads.
You've got the quick throw will definitely help, but beyond that, it's going to take some creativity. So the question is, for our Core, how does he manufacture offense outside of the quick throwing sap? For Failure, also usually a pretty defensive team, although the Nomad's a little more well-rounded than the Saps, perhaps.
Sandra. Sam.
And then, okay, well, I suppose with no masteries, why not use Typhoon Bottle to get what is more or less the equivalent of Numbing Gust with Typhoon Bottle? So the key for Core is going to be to find ways to set up his sap like this to get in scoring positions with the throw. And the key is generally going to be well-placed saplings and launching the attack from there. This time, though, Failure able to intercept and on the counterattack, but Core with a wall of saps to stop Failure's move. And of course, with no masteries, for Core, that means he can shield a single sap, but will not be able to shield multiple saps simultaneously. No rekindling, of course, either. Failure, this move, vanished. Core. Trying to find the angle, but not this time. Taylor with some decisive opportunities to use an exploding Nomad. A little out of the ordinary, but might have been enough to carve some space out for him there. Nearly had it. That was the last of Core's saps. Did, of course, take the Typhoon Bottle, so that will prevent Phaler from sprinting, jumping, throwing, or using any other special abilities when all of the saps are banished, but nearly enough time, nonetheless, for Phaler to score that time. And Phaler does make it in here for 20 damage on the plunge from Headwind. Of course, no prayer beads on him means he's gone for this round, though. Snadra, she's the exploding Nomad. Phaler will see if Snadra can set up a Lendl play. So here is Core on the attack with Manly. Manly is the quick throwing sap, and so he is the most dangerous one offensively for that very reason. Oh, look at that. Phaler lines him up and knocks him down. Double banishment, but the sapling is just well enough placed to take out Phaler's Nomad. There he is, Typhoon Bottle triggering. Does Phaler have enough time? Nearly to hop in, though Core with the last second block. Trying to move in with Manly. Although Manly is actually further back, or might have needed to settle for scoring with a different sap, although does still find enough time to get the throw off here. That drops Phaler down to 25, so one more full damage throw or plunge from a sap, and that would be sufficient. Has a well-placed sapling here, so perhaps the throwing spot he was looking for. Oh, but not full damage on that throw, so Phaler hangs on with 3 Pyre life. Phaler on the attack here does manage to plunge with Headwind. That's 20 damage there. But it does mean Phaler is now Headwindless. Gets rid of 1 sap. Trying to find an opening here, explodes on a second sap. That leaves just Palmas at the moment. He goes down, that triggers Typhoon Bottle. Is there enough time for Phaler? Enough to get the orb at least, but blocked from the 1 remaining sap. Here come the others. Fulfred moves the sapling forward. Goes down. That's Palmas down. Phaler with an opening here. Plunges with Snadra for 20. Dropping Core down to 40, which means that's 2 Nomad scores away, at least if they're full damage. So Phaler not out of this one yet. But still advantage Core. Phaler with Lendl. It's past that sap, and suddenly we have ourselves a sudden death match. Luxury for Core is it doesn't really matter how he scores, just about anything will do the trick. Phaler, it does need to be full damage score. Phaler loses his last defender. The throw might be unblockable from that range. It is, and
Good
Core
game.
takes the win.
Good game.
That was
GG.
more competitive than I thought. Nomad's on my worst class, so I thought I was just gonna get smashed right away.
Yeah, and I have saps. So.
It's complete.
It's a tough one. Difficult to do a full team of Nomads or a full team of Saps.
Until the next rite.
That Typhoon Bottle really helped.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Saved you, what, at least 2 scores, maybe even 3 or 4. All right. Yeah, quick throw sap. If you're aggressive enough and you can find a way to get it in throwing range, it is really dangerous. And where were we? We were what? Spring of Jomir, was it? For that one? It was on the small-ish, or at least average size. You know, for the big arenas like Fall of Solium, it can be a little hard to get within throwing range, but for the medium to small range ones where 1 or 2 blinks and you're suddenly within throwing range, really scary. It doesn't take much to set them up in that case. Okay, so I think for the next one we had Arumi's request for any and everything that the players would like. preset theme for the song as well. That will be, oh, back this way. That means we'll get either player 1's theme or player 2's theme. No Titan Stars either, okay.
Wait, Failure, are you out? Is that your last one?
Yeah, Failure, did you want to swap out here?
This one here.
This one here, okay. Alright, so this one's just going to be a player's take, whatever they want to take, it seems, across the board. So let's get started. Oh, and this gets interesting, okay. Isle of Kalamer, to add a little bit of chaos to the equation. Now, Phaler's been using Nomads for a while here, and now that he's taken whatever he'd like to take, let's see what direction he goes this time. Answer is a quick throwing, saluting throne, so that means he'll be able to transform all of Kor's characters into defenseless howlers once during this match, giving him basically what is 1 free score. And we saw Kor use a quick throwing sap very effectively in the previous match, goes that route in the first spot this time as well. Then that is a Webbed Lanthorn Raji in the second spot for Phaler. Snadra in the second spot there for Kor. Then Phaler goes double Crone, Titan Tooth that time, stunning anyone that he jumps into. Then Webbed Lanthorn on the Imp for the last one on Kor's side. So here we go. Both players choosing whatever teams they want. Those Imps are just closing in on everyone. Speaking of Imps closing in, Kor banishes the entirety of Phaler's team and sets up this quick throwing sap for 25. Phaler uses his Crone Salute, turning all of Kor's characters into defenseless howlers, setting up this throw for 30. Phaler with the orb here. Kor able to rush him down though. All of sap, or rather of imps over there, making it a little hard to make it through on that side. Oh, look at this though. Kor potentially about to set up a portal right on top of Phaler's Pyre. The throw though looks off target. It is, so Phaler does get it back. Time perhaps. Oh no, can't get the throw off quickly enough. Kor through the portal, but that is not enough. Phaler able to get the orb. And on the move here with Bertrude. She goes down. Kor eyeing the portal again. Phaler has it covered though, and gets rid of Snadra. Phaler on the counter. Makes it in, and not only scores, but gets rid of what was an extremely dangerous portal for Kor. Phaler again, this time blocked and banished. Goes through with his Imp, and that leaves just Kor's Imp. Snadra for Kor goes down. Phaler with an opening for his Crone does get the throw off in time for 30 damage. That drops Kor down to 15, which means 1 score may be all that Phaler needs here, at least to trigger Rekindling, which I think we saw Kor at least take a little bit of. He has the Exploding Saps, which means he at most has 10 Rekindling, as he's gone down a fair bit on the left side. Phaler on the Pyre's doorstep. Kor able to stop him. Imp versus Imp. Phaler applying the pressure, sets up a relatively dangerous portal. Banishes 2 on that Crone cast. 4. Gets the orb, trying to get out from this position right in front of his Pyre. Phaler continuing to apply the pressure, keeping Kor pinned in here. 4 now. With the Imp, sets up his portal, relatively close to Phaler's Pyre. Good snipe there from Snadra. Make that 2 snipes. Phaler through the portal, chases down the sap. That triggered, at least momentarily, the numbing gust. Phaler, stopped just in front of the Pyre. Core through the portal, plunges for 20 and leeches 10, dropping Phaler to 55 and Core back up to 25. Still enough for one Crone plunge to at least trigger Rekindling. Oh, good exploding sapling there from Core. Phaler currently defenseless, but about to get some Crones back. Rushes down the sap. And double banishment there for Phaler does trigger that numbing gust, but has the orb back in time. Thinking about going for the plunge. Hops to the other side, throw. And no rekindling means he takes the win. GG.
They do deserve their freedom, after all.
GG. Well played.
The rite is done.
Alright. So we'll head on back. And I think Phaler was saying that was going to be his last one for the night. So, is there anyone who would like to jump in here to take Phaler's spot?
The game's Core and I wrote her. Happy to
Yeah,
happy to
good
play together.
news.
Good to have you. Thanks for stopping by. Anyone who would, and Core, just to check in with you, obviously you hopped in here fairly recently, but are you good to stick around?
Yeah.
Okay, awesome. So that means we're looking for someone to hop in here to go against Core. Anyone who would like to do that? Core, it seems like you've been really starting to take to that quick throwing sap.
Yeah, I mean, I've played Saps for a while now.
I mean, not that often, right? It seems like somewhat recently. I remember you made the observation of, wait, hold on. This quick throwing sap is actually really dangerous offensively. And then, you know, it's one thing when people request saps, but for you to go and take saps with the quick throwing talisman when you're taking whatever you want to take, I mean, it says something, means you're comfortable with them.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, and then once we found out the new exploding sap tech, that's really fun with that playstyle.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Like, just because I can't do nutrition stick to save my life. It's
It's so difficult. We have some people here who make it look easy.
and mainly just because it seems to hurt on defense because when you're like when I'm against, so usually when I play Worm and I'm against like a nutrition stick sap, I generally stand like right outside of them because if they can't blink into me and they're too slow. So
Oh,
there's
so
an
like-
escape zone right around a sap with nutrition stick.
So you're too close for a blink, but you're too far for them to just run into you?
Walk. Yeah, because you're just faster, so you just walk.
I see. That's clever, yeah. And that takes practice too, getting the distance just right. I find that's one of the toughest things about playing against Nutrition Stick is just, it's a little unpredictable. It catches you off guard sometimes just how far that blink can be. But anyways, is there anyone who'd like to hop in here to play against Core? I mean, I can do so if there isn't anyone else, but speaking of whom... Oh, no worries, Anor. No worries, Anor. Thanks for stopping by, though. Good to see you. Will the scribes at the very least. That we can certainly make happen. Alright, not seeing anyone else who is volunteering right now. So perhaps it does make sense for me to hop in as the other person. Harumi? Perfect. Let's get you in. Awesome. Awesome. Perfect timing. Let's get you in here. Alright. So, invite sent to you. Harumi, who would you like to be today? What are you thinking? Essence, some dissidents? What are you thinking? Feeling Essence today? Gotcha. With the current mods, how do we feel about Pyre Hearts and Essence? Once upon a time, I think that might have been the worst, but post Alright, Rotor's changes. Are we okay with that? Is that easy enough to differentiate? What do we think? I don't know. Once upon a time, it was tough. Pre-mods, it was. But I don't remember. I know it's one of the things that Rotor was looking at. One of
No,
the
I
things
think
that I've ever
I think it's
tested.
better than the Nightwings Pyre.
It's better?
Yeah,
Okay.
It's
It's doable? Okay, I mean, we can test it out this time, see how we feel. And, we'll turn core to a CPU while we're at it. But, we can test it out this time, and if it's bad, the next one we can switch it up. Okay. Yeah, so we'll at least test it this time. Let's see, do we have any requests left over here? Let me double check. Yeah, the will of the scribes for the song. I think that's it. I think we've done everything else. There'll be a chance for Harumi to warm up a bit here. Let me just double check if Harumi is theoretically, yeah, at least according to Steam, Harumi is truthfully player 1. As for whether that is actually the case in practice, we're about to find out. So let's get started then. We'll just have you two take whatever you want to take. Oh, I don't know about that.
The essence versus
Alright, Nesta Trysta.
Pirates. Welcome.
Yeah, I very rarely use saps myself, let alone exploding sapling saps. So Harumi goes with the legendary Harp Talisman there, which is sort of like a pseudo Curfang, a pseudo Prayer Beads, a bit of a hybrid between those two things. Extra damage if he's flying, 50% chance of coming back from banishment if he plunges while flying. Then was that a Luminous Idol Pamatha for core? It was, so that means he'll get stamina back whenever he picks up the orb, potentially giving him an unlimited source of fuel. It is a fun one. The first time I played against it, it totally threw me off. I just could not deal with it. Now Web Lanthorn Imp. You just crashed randomly. Huh. Okay. Let me resend you the invite. Hopefully, you'll be fine on this time round. Your worm picks are too good. I was gonna say, we don't see you take worms all that often, do we, Harumi? More of a harp and crone person, generally. This couldn't connect to a remote computer, that's odd. Let me try again here. Let me try again. In that case, okay, should have received a new invite then. Gonna try restarting Steam? Okay. No worries, maybe that's a way to play it a little bit safe. Yeah, I don't know. I guess Luminous Idol was not... Pre-Harp plus Luminous Idol plays was not seen as a very strong talisman, but I think even before that we occasionally saw some people take it. Never a top-tier talisman by any means, but never something that people would laugh you out of the arena for taking.
No, I was talking about the exploding sapling.
Okay. I was gonna say, like, think anyone ever looked at Luminous Idol that way. Excuse me, guys. iRotor is busy clipping some things. If you could just play Remarkably Average for a little bit so that iRotor has time to catch up on all that stuff. Nothing that needs to be clipped in the next RITE or so. Okay? Just to make that clear. Alright, Arumi's in. Awesome. See if Arumi remembers what the plan was with that worm, or if it's best to just start from scratch here. Lady River. Alright, and there it is. Lady River, the last one, so worm for Arumi. Then, ooh, big moves here for Cord. That's a Kerfang Ignarius, so he's going to be worth a ton of points if he plunges. Alright, and Barrick's already planning for the next one. Cord switches into Ignarius, but not quick enough to get him in. Arumi banished here. Banished twice at that, but brings back Lady River. Takes out Ignarius with her, but then she goes down. Pamitha against the other Pamitha. Four's Pamitha wins the race toward the Pyre. Tries to switch, might have been looking for Ignarius, but gets the Imp instead. Pam. Ignarius, back to Pam. Gets her stamina back when she does so. Switches into the Imp once again. Probably not the combo that Cord's trying to pull off here. Here's Arumi. Oh, very close to the Pyre, but gets blocked. Still has Pamitha, though. Banishes one defender. Banishes the second defender. Gets the orb back here, but is blocked. Pushes that defender away. Gets the orb back. Flies around, but is blocked once more. Banished this time. Core sets up a Brazen Manor. Eyeing that portal, goes through. Has a lot of ground to cover here. And is on a bit of a timer if he wants to get that Brazen Manor score off. Has to reset the Brazen Manor, but doesn't have time to complete it. Re-orb at the moment. Oh, and Core trying to set up a portal right on top of Arumi's Pyre, perhaps for easy Brazen Manor plunges, which he's setting up right now. Arumi sees the portal, and Core is still able to sneak in for 48 damage. Huge plays. Lady River, unopposed right now, gets her throw up in time, and that one's in for 15. Harp versus Harp, Arumi wins the race, and makes it in here with Trysta's Plume. That gives him an extra 5 damage, so 25 on that plunge. Does he get the roll here to get Pamitha back in this round? He does not. So she's permanently banished in this round. Lady River, banished. Lady River comes back. Has the orb here, but she goes down. That leaves Arumi defenseless for the moment, but about to have his Imp return. Core once again sets up a portal right on top of Arumi's Pyre, and so maybe looking to set up another big Brazen Manor dunk. Looks like there is the Brazen Manor. Pamitha switches into Iggy, and there is another 48 damage plunge. 2 of those. And that's all it takes to drop Arumi down to just 4 Pyre life. Pamitha, the Core, sneaks in for the winning plunge. GG.
Good game.
Their adversaries confidently thwarted.
Those are serious plunges there. When you get the Brazen Manor plus the Kerfangs.
Until the next rite.
Alright, and we do already have a request set up for this one. And Barrick says Imp first, and then Butterfly. There we are. Anything else? Or will that be all? Imp first, and then the song. Imp time. Best time. Confirmed. No disagreements from Arumi. Looks like that'll be it. So let's get this one started. So again, Imp first. Other than that, up to you.
The essence shall now face the
Okay, it's the Pit of Malith.
welcome. Who shall conduct the rites?
Imp first, Arumi. You can use Tamitha later if you would like, but it must be an Imp first. I know, there's a lot of meme potential.
Messenger.
But there will be time for that later, don't worry. I mean, have you tried ping-ponging off the walls with imps? Maybe that works too. Core, of course, leading off with his imp as well. So now, if you would like, you may use Tamitha. Going for a speedy, perhaps wall-bouncing Tamitha, if we are to read into what Arumi wrote previously. I was gonna say, that second imp was very thematically colored, blending right in with the Pit of Malith. And Core goes Titan Tooth with Jody, so she will stun anyone that she jumps into. Then it's a big power casting Snadra in the last spot for Arumi. And Core finishes with another one of those quick-throwing manlies. So here we go. Imps in the first spot. Flutterfly as well. Big banishments bouncing off of those saplings. And here is Arumi ping-ponging off the walls with Tamitha to try to gain some speed. A recent discovery that Arumi made. But Core goes straight in and has the extra damage on his imp, so that's 25 rather than the usual 15. Arumi going the throwing route, but Core has that intercepted. Jody hops over the cast, but gets Titan Tooth. Well, actually, no. Arumi gets Titan Tooth, and Core gets shoulder smashed, it seems. Whoa, now, yes, that is a very speedy Tamitha. That is what I think Arumi is trying to do. My rotor is in with one of those clips that he was saying he was trying to get. I don't know, we might be looking at perhaps another clippable moment with those speedy harps. But it's Core throwing this one in for 25 with another one of those quick damage, quick throws from his sap. Core nearly goes straight in there. Has an imp right on top of Arumi's Pyre though, which could set up a very quick and easy score here once he gets the orb back. Thinks about it, but perhaps can just go straight in this time with Jody. And that drops Arumi down to 20, so one more of those. And that's all that Core needs. Imp moves in. But Arumi gets that and goes back to the ping pong harp. And in she goes for 20. The flutter in action, exactly. I'm curious to see if it's at all possible to make that happen with imps as well. Are they fast enough for that to be significant, or does it really need to be a harp? Or shoulder smashed. But through the portal he goes. Jody down as well, though. And currently, no one to oppose Snadra's throw. So she'll throw it in for 20. Now, did Rumi go all the way down for the leech on that side as well? Doesn't look like it. So Rumi's still hanging out with 20 Pyre life here. Oh, and Core nearly flies past Tamitha. Oh, Tamitha trying to go the ping pong route once again, but has a portal if she'd like to use it. Gaining some speed. But Jody able to stop her, and Titan Tooth stuns her as well. Oh, and Core, for a second there, it looked like he was just tearing through Arumi's team. Remember, Core has the extra damage on the imp, so that is enough to take the win.
Good game.
GG.
The scribes themselves stood by their side.
Yeah, Rumi, I'm curious to see if that same strategy also works with imps, to the same extent that it works with harps. Because it is very cool on the harps, but could it be even more powerful? Is there even more to it? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, well chat, let us know if there's anything else you'd like to see for this next one. Also, I am curious to see what it was that iRotor had clipped there. I wasn't sure. I don't think iRotor said specifically what he was going for on that clip. Let's see, hold on. Got it up right here. Take a look. So it's from when Phaler was going against Core. Let's see, well, maybe we can read into it from the title, but goes down. That's Palmas down. Phaler with an opening here. Oh, the plunge, the sneaky plunge with the Nomad. Okay, okay. Phaler finding the opening there. Well done, Phaler, on that one. Top tier Nomad plays, exactly, exactly. Ping pong harp is impractical, hard to set up, and not very good, but it is a lot of fun. You know, I mean, it's kind of the same thing with the wall bouncing jumps and throws with the savages. Is it practical? Definitely not. Is it a ton of fun? Absolutely. Is it worth it? You ask me, definitely. Ask someone else, maybe, maybe not. But you know, that's part of what makes it fun. You just do what you feel like is the most fun for you. But either way, I think Pit of Malith might be the most entertaining arena. Because it has just so much potential for all that kind of weird stuffs. Anything else that we would like to see for this next one, though, chat? Let's reset our song, because I don't think we have anything at the moment. In which case, we can just have these two take whatever they want to take. You don't think imps would work the same way as the harps do? Oh, because it has to do with the harps, the way that they sort of slide when they get blocked or knock into something. And you think that's what it is that sort of builds up their speed? You just sort of chain those together? That's an interesting theory. You might be right about that. Okay, preset theme, 2 times over. That means we'll get the Essence theme and then Pyre Hearts theme in either that order or the other order. I mean, but you can do something similar for imps. Go the flappy route, dare I say. Oh. Core perhaps took issue with us saying that Pit of Malith was the most entertaining arena. So he has requested Cairn. He's like, one moment while I disprove that statement. I think I smell some bottled void as well. Do you hear boss music? Where did that boss music come from, guys? Oh no. Oh no. Here we go. Brace yourselves for a little bit of chaos.
The Essence versus the Pyre Hearts.
Alright, well, Arumi is picking first here. So Arumi has to guess
Who shall
as to
conduct
whether Core is going to go that route or not. And if so, if Arumi wants to find a way to try to counter it. So Arumi leads off with a worm. And Core. Guys, does anyone else hear boss music right now? Because I think I hear boss music. Goes with his false step bottled void stowaway. So that means that when she jumps, if she gets banished at the end of her jump, she will respawn where she initiated the jump, and in doing so, trigger bottled void, which sucks in neighboring exiles like a magnet, and if they fall within the range of the stowaway's aura, will banish those exiles. And Core with an exploding Gilman, just to add a little more chaos to the equation, in case there wasn't enough already. Oh, what is this? What is this? Arumi. Also going Bottled Void with all worms. Don't think we've seen that combo for Bottled Void before. It was all worms that caught my attention at first, but no, the Bottled Void also worth noting. Snadra for Sacred Bond, another way to get the stowaway back to trigger her Bottled Void. And it's Arumi getting things started here with a quick throw-in with his worm for 15. Goes for it again here.
far into the Pyre's flame?
Arumi. Third time was the charm for Core, stopping that one before it could start. And returning the favor here with this worm throw. Pure chaos is about to ensue because here's the stowaway. She jumps straight in this time though. No black magic bottled void necessary that time. Oh, and apparently Arumi won the race that time. Looked like a tie, but he gets the orb and gets the throw in here for another 15. Arumi once again. The throw this time will be short though. So here comes Core with the stowaway. Does he go for the score? Does he go for bottled void? Stowaway goes down. Here's Arumi though, this time plunging in for 15. Does, however, mean that I believe he will be down one worm here. No Gilman. And so Core plunges with the stowaway for 20. No prayer beads on her either, so that means now that Core is down one exile. Arumi, quick with the throw here with the worm for 15. Drops Core down to 25. Means Arumi just needs 2 more scores here. Whereas Core currently would need about 3. Stowaway. Can't avoid the worm defender. But there is the bottled void triggering. And Core thinking about doing it again, does. Throws off the defender and gives him enough time to get a 14 damage throw, which is significant because that means if it is the worms who score here, Core would need 3 scores. Oh, good worm defense there. Someone getting a little laggy or...
Sorry, no, it's not like. Sorry, it's my controller. Give me a sec.
Okay, no worries. In the
Okay.
meantime, you're back?
Yeah, I think we might be fine.
Okay. It's like a battery or something?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's like I'll go in a direction and then it'll like cut. So.
Huh. Okay. Well, I suppose we can give this one a shot then. I'll give you guys a countdown. I'll go 3, 2, 1, go, and on go we'll hit resume. 3, 2, 1, go. So it's Arumi. Sidesteps the cast and does get this throw off here for 14, dropping Core down to 11. So 1 score from any exile could do the trick for Arumi. That was nearly it right there. But Core quick enough defensively. Here's the stowaway. She's blocked. Banishments. Arumi back with the orb. And here is the Infiniworms. They never end. Oh, but Core gets it back. But Bottled Void might have thrown him off there from Arumi. Does still manage to get the plunge in here. And we are tied at 11 apiece. Arumi stopped this time. Banishes one defender. Stunning claim stops Core, although not enough time for Rumi to have the only exile capable of moving. 4 sidesteps that one. And the throw for 10! Arumi hangs on with 1 Pyre life. Core defends against that worm attack. Core with the stowaway. Lunges for the win. GG. What a match.
Worms
What
are actually pretty good
a match.
counter to that.
Yeah, speedy
A
worms.
little present.
Ceremony is complete.
A 10-point throw, though. Oh, man. The 10-point throw.
Till the stars align.
Alright, is this a second clip I wrote her? Or is this the same one we were looking at before? I think that might be a separate clip. Is it? It is. Hold on. Shall we take a look at this one as well? I had my heart beating out of my chest at the end there. Let's see. This one, from my rotor, said he had a bunch of things he was trying to clip this time around. It is... Let's see. Fencing Worm. Let's take a look. What do you have primed and ready to go here for us? High rotor? Fencing Worm, you say? What does that mean exactly? Whoa! Whoa! Double banishment from the worm. Triple banishment from the worm. That must have been it. Some crazy worm plays there from Core. Well done, Core.
What I love about that play is that was all due to Aura's scale.
Well, there you have it. Some big Nomad plays earlier. There, some big worm plays. Some good stuff.
Maybe.
Maybe, I don't know. Worms have a lot of directions you can go in with them.
It's not bad, honestly. You just have to get used to it. It's like kind of like nutrition stick. You just kind of gotta get used to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you can do a lot of cool things with it.
All right, well, chat, let us know if there's anything you'd like to see for this next one. Otherwise, we'll just have these two take whatever they want to take. I was surprised to see Arumi go 100% worm there, because that is not... I don't know if we've ever seen you go 100% worm, Arumi. Maybe if for a worm-specific request. But I mean, of course, you love to see it. Once or twice before, okay. I mean, obviously, it's glorious. It's objectively the best possible team composition. Most chaotic. Might as well add to the chaos. Fair enough. Fair enough, I suppose. Alright, not seeing any requests for this one though, so why don't we get this next one started?
The essence.
Okay, it's the Glade. Oh, and colors-wise, I didn't even ask you guys, but colors-wise, has this been okay between Essence and Pyre Hearts?
Yeah.
Been fine for the players? Chat, has this been okay? Has it been easy enough to distinguish? Oh, Rumi crashed again. Okay, hold on, let me get him back in. Yeah, let us know, chat. We were wondering, when we were first setting things up, if the colors were going to be too similar. Rombert says, seems to work. Colors-wise, not too bad. I mean, the fact that nobody pointed it out perhaps suggests that it's been fine. But maybe someone's been suffering in silence. Burumi says probably his second to last game. So heads up, if there's anyone in chat who is interested in getting in on the action, we might be looking to swap someone in for Rumi relatively soon, so prepare yourself accordingly.
Yeah, I would say around that time I'll be down to swap out if someone wants to.
Okay, Core may be looking to swap out as well, so heads up, chat. We might be looking for 2 people to swap in relatively soon. Your explosive ending game after this? Sounds like Arumi has a big plan for the next one. Always got to go out with a bang. I suppose. Can't argue against that. It was Crone first. Now power casting Snatter in the second spot there for Arumi. Core also led off with Crone. But now takes Jody with additional starting Pyre life. Ooh, I like the colors for that second Nomad. That looks good. Almost reminiscent, of course, of the famed Gareth Raymond's. But no, it's Jody in that last spot for Arumi. Oh, Core. Taking a whole lot of Pyre life, both the starting Pyre life and the rekindling there. Maximum rekindling on the sap and rekindling on the talisman as well, so look out. We're moving in here with Jody, trying to knock back the defenders, but can't do so to stop Snadra. Snadra tries to snipe. Gets rid of one of the opposing characters, then goes down. That's a double banishment there from Bertrude. Arumi loses Bertrude and is defenseless here until Snadra returns. Will she come back in time? No, that throw is unblockable. So it still makes it in for Core. Looked like a festive Christmas caroler, that Nomad. Snadra, oh, sidestep there from Core to avoid the power cast, but does eventually go down. Here is Snadra. Oh, and somehow Jody avoided that cast. Oh, well shielded. I think that might have been the answer for Core. Lots of shields here. Be gone. Bertrude goes down. Back with Arumi here with Bertrude. Trying to loop around. Oh, and nearly hits it with the jump, but a little off target. Wolfred. Does he have that kind of range? Looks like he's just short. He gets rushed down now. Bertrude around the defender. Once again, just shy of the Pyre, but does eke her way in there for the 30 damage plunge. And she had prayer beads, so she's in for this round as well. Here she is. Oh, but she's downed. Bertrude again. Straight into the Pyre this time for 30. And although we are tied here, remember that Core has a ton of rekindling, and that throw gives Core an additional 25. Good maneuver there from Arumi, but still able to get blocked. It's good defensive play from Core. Oh, double defensive plays there, both players losing exiles. Arumi banishes the last of Core's exiles here, though. Time for Arumi. Has prayer beat, so could plunge if he wanted to, but opts to throw because he has the time to do it. Arumi, first to the orb, but gets blocked. Banishes one defender. Gets rid of the sap. But goes down to Jody. Jody in a casting contest with Snadra, and they both take each other out. That leaves Arumi with Jody, but she's not quick enough to get the orb in time. And more double banishments. That was, in fact, the last of Arumi's exiles there. Lost one of them to a cast that hit that sapling, bouncing back and hitting Arumi's exile in the face. Oh, and Bertrude just inches shy there. It's the other Bertrude, who's the only one left here for Core. That throw is unblockable. Does it have enough on it? It does. Core making a little bit of something out of nothing there. And the arena gets smaller. Bertrude with a huge cast there, getting rid of all of Arumi's exiles. Is Core quick enough to make something happen here? Yes, he is. Plunges with Jody for 30. That drops Arumi down to 20. One more is all that Core needs here. Arumi, once again, I've seen several times here, Arumi just inches away, either slightly short or slightly wide with the plunge attempt. Jody trying to chase down Bertrude. Or anyone for that matter, gets rid of the sap, but goes down to Bertrude. Here's Rumi's Bertrude, once again, just wide of the Pyre. Good cast there from Sadra, though. Snuck in the corner, though. 4. Closing in. Trying to lay siege on Arumi's Pyre here by perhaps placing a very advanced sapling. But Bertrude gets caught out here. And can Arumi snag that orb out from under the sapling? Kinda, sorta. Time for the throw, which is unblockable. So Arumi does get it off for 30. Man, Iroder is just on a roll with these clips here. Arumi does the Crone Salute, turning all of Core's Exiles into defenseless Howlers. Time for this plunge, that means. Dropping Core down to 15, so one more score is all Arumi needs to trigger the Rekindling, but remember, Core took a bunch of Rekindling. Here's Bertrude. Can't hop over Volfred, but does banish him. So Arumi's quick here, can plunge and trigger the Rekindling, and yes, it is a whopping 70 on that second life bar. That was full Rekindling on the Masteries and a Rekindling Talisman. Bertrude trying to whittle away at it once again. And now it's Core on the attack with Jody, and that will finish it.
Good game.
GG.
And what a crushing victory it was. The rite is ended.
Well played. Alright, let's head on back. I know Arumi was saying he had plans for this one here, and so
Until the next.
he's going Exiles, he's going Arena, and as soon as I saw Isle of Kalamer, I think I could tell where he was going with this one. The answer is, it is the Isle, and it is all imps. Alright, let's check out this other clip that Everett has. Like I said, he's just on a roll today. Let's see, what do we have this time? This one is Web Lanthorn Sapling Banishment. The Sapling triggering Web Lanthorn? Oh man, it's a new meta. It's a new meta. You don't even need to do the banishment yourself. Right on top of Phaler's Pyre. The throw, though, looks off target. It is, so Phaler does get it back. Time, perhaps. Oh, right on top of Phaler's Pyre. I'll be honest, I missed it. Throw, though, looks off target. Oh, was it right there? That Web Lanthorn we just saw? Oh, right on top of Phaler's Pyre. Wait, that right there, that Web Lanthorn on the sapling. Okay. Oh, so Phaler banished the sapling because Core tried to place it right on top of his imp, so the imp does trigger Web Lanthorn, bringing back one of Phaler's Exiles. Now that is crazy. I did not realize that that would count. Okay, I think I see it now. So it's right there. We see, after this throw, Core tried to place a sapling right there. Phaler's Web Lanthorn Imp is right there, preventing the sapling, which apparently, technically, counted as a banishment, bringing back Phaler's other exile. Wow. Keen eye right there. Keen eye. Brawlenbert? Brawlenbert. Okay. So impossible, huh? Impossible. Sure, we can do impossible. That works. That works. That's a good song, right? That's fitting for this match. That makes sense. This used to be the song that we would always play whenever we had an all-imp match, which used to be really popular. It's starting to become more of a common request now, once again. I'm core casting a good match? Oh no. Oh no. What is this nonsense? What is this nonsense? Let's turn off the in-game music as well. I'm just going to reset this because I totally forgot to reset it before. There we are. Alright. Replacing the sapling after it's banished once with Web Lanthorn will trigger respawns over and over again. Doesn't surprise me at this point. Alright, well, all imps a la Kalamer? Impossible, I say. Impossible.
The essence shall confront the Pyre. Welcome.
And Arumi says, heads up chat, this is going to be his last one. So if there is anyone who wants to hop in after this, then get ready. We'll be calling your name soon. I think Core was saying something similar for him. He might be looking to swap out soon as well. And so this is what Arumi meant when he said he was planning to go out with a bang. Now I see. Alright, so Titan Tooth there on Core's imp. Of course, important question is, what order do you use your imps in? Speaks volumes about you, of course. Arumi went prayer beads on his first one. Screen frozen? Oh, hold on. Yep, 1 second, Arumi. Yes, the screen is frozen here. Let me do a quick screen flip. Thank you for letting me know. Whatcha? That should be better now. Usually that does the trick. So yes, we, of course, are on Isle of Kalamer. We saw Arumi go with prayer beads on his first imp, and we saw Core go with, what was it, Titan Tooth on his first imp, I think? Thought it was just an after effect of getting banned. No. Not this time. Okay. Exploding imp with the talisman. Usually not something you need to do since they have a mastery for that. Now Arumi goes Titan Tooth on one of his imps as well. Whereas Core finishes with Web Lanthorn. Nice third imp color. Well, Arumi has the blue. What was Core's third imp color? Well, Core gets things started here with this 25 damage plunge. Core's third one is also blue, but sort of a bluish purple. Whoa! Big implosion there for Core, banishing all of Arumi's imps, and so free throw here for 15. Core sets up a relatively dangerous portal, though it gets moved back here. Although Core once again with a huge banishing play, through the portal he goes, which gives him plenty of time for a 25 damage throw here. Took the extra damage on that imp. Wall of imps blocking Core this time though. So Arumi with a little bit of a head start here. The Core intercepts. And this time, both players trying to set up dangerous portals. But Core's got bumped back next to his Pyre at the last second. And that's Arumi getting Titan Toothed. But still comes back in time to recover, although that's another double Titan Tooth this time. And this time Core is able to make it in and drop Arumi down to just 10. Arumi's throw intercepted. Core to his other imp. Arumi chases it down. And that means no one here for Core to defend. And so plenty of time for Arumi to plunge for 25, and that might have been his Prayer Beads imp. It was. So he's still at full strength here in this round. I swear, Arumi's second imp is a McDonald's imp. This one right here. 4. Through the portal he goes, has infinite stamina when he does. Giving him more time to try to elude the defenders. Oh, but that time it was Arumi who Titan Tooth core, and through the portal Arumi goes. Oh, nearly snakes around the other side to sneak in for a plunge, but unsuccessful. 4. Now Arumi. Vanished. 4 out of stamina. And currently defenseless. Now here comes Tizo. Reinforcements have arrived. Arumi's portal not all that dangerous at the moment. Here comes Core, setting up a very dangerous portal. Arumi threw his, and he gets infinite stamina, but not quick enough to make it all the way to the Pyre. So here's Core. And that throw is all he needs. GG. Always a fan of the triple imps. GG. How's it going, Cam? How are you? She has arrived. Alright, and I think Arumi was saying that was going to be his last one. Arumi, of course, you're welcome to stick around if you'd like. Up to you. Seems like that'll be his last one, though. So that means, chat, we're looking for someone to come in to replace Arumi. Yep, done for now. Well, thanks for joining us today, Arumi. Let's turn back on our in-game music here. We're looking for someone to hop in Arumi's place, and I think Core was saying might be looking to swap out as well if we have potentially a second person able to jump in here. So is there anyone in chat who would like to, well, participate more directly? From Olympus, okay. Another Treekbot request in that case. Let's go back to turning off the music here and resummon Treekbot to the stage. This one's from Bastion, right? I jest. Alright, let's reset ourselves. Yeah, isn't Olympus the main area in Bastion? So we're looking for at least one person to hop in here to go against Core. Is there anyone in chat who would like to do so? I think we're far enough along in the night that we could have someone in who played earlier, just as long as it's a new matchup. Actually, it's from Age of Mythology, of course. Of course. That makes so much more sense. Like, who did we have at the beginning? We had Phaler and we had Iroder. Did either of them play against you, Core?
Who?
Phaler and Iroder, did either of them play against you, or could we theoretically
I played against Phaler.
Okay, you did play against Phaler. So Iroder, if you want to hop back in, you're welcome to do so. We can still get a new matchup that way. Wait, there's another Age of Mythology coming out? Is that what you mean? Oh no, the 5th Supergiant game. Is that what you mean? It's like, are we talking about Age of Mythology right now, or are we talking about Hades? And wait, what? What is Hades? That's totally not the game that this song is from. Alright, no worries, Iroder, no worries. Yeah. Yeah, if there's no one else in chat who'd like to do so, I can hop in here, but I am primarily just a placeholder for other people who may have interest. Yeah, Supergiant number 5. I realized that was probably what you meant. First, I was like, Age of Mythology? I don't know how many Age of Mythologies are there. Maybe they're on number 5 now. But no, Supergiant makes a lot more sense. Yeah, have we heard anything yet about number 5? I haven't checked in on anything recently to see if there are any rumors at this stage, but I don't think I know anything about what the next game will be all about. course. Curious to see what it'll be. Alright, why don't I hop in here? Darren Corbin's going to just bust out an entire orchestra performed by himself. Like 100 hours of music. I hope so. I hope so. I hope they take, you know, all the time they need to get another absolutely amazing soundtrack. And maybe, but with the success of Hades, they can be a little more ambitious, you know? Not that the other ones have been bad, but I mean, imagine with even more time and resources, how good they can make the next game. Who knows? Alright, so I'm going to plug in my controller. I'm going to give it a shot here for a little bit, but as I said, if there is anyone in chat who'd like to hop in here, let me know, and I am happy to have you take my spot. That is fine by me. I prefer to get you guys in here. Alright, so I will take Arumi's spot. Yeah, right? Somebody just give an entire orchestra to Darren Korb, made up of entirely other clones of Darren Korb. That will do. That will do. Alright, of course I'm usually a Pyre Arts person as well, but I'll go True Nightwings here, just to make it easy to distinguish. And because fashion. Alright, so let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for this one. We can make it happen. Otherwise, we'll just take whatever we feel like taking. Not seeing anything at the moment, though, so why don't we get started?
The true Nightwings
Okay, it's the book,
shall confront the Pyre Arts. Welcome.
and
Who shall
ooh,
conduct
what do I want to
the
start
dance?
with? What do I want to start with? I was thinking about trying to do something that is sort of themed after this song, but I don't know, like, what are the most Olympian-esque Pyre characters? It's not an easy question to answer. Well, actually, there might be one. I can think of one. Just imagine Barker with 3 heads. You know? Just imagine him with 3 heads. Oh, nope. Back here. Messenger Imp could be. Yeah. Yeah. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, I figured you might counter Titan Tooth with, well, more Titan Tooth. Okay, so let's do, I think, Messenger Imp. Yeah, let me know who else you think is particularly Hades-like. Oh, no, not that one. This one.
Messenger Imp.
I feel like I might have seen that too. Might have seen triple-headed Parker fan art. Somebody might have posted that in Right Club at some point. Now this is gonna be one of those quick-throwing manlies, is it not? Oh, I just got another idea. I just got another idea. Murder. How does she synergize with my team, though? That's synergies are not important, Lids. Don't worry about it. Synergies are not important. Yeah. checking out the scouting report in greater depth. I mean, Snadra's an assassin. I don't know if that makes her... I don't know if you're trying to go for anything Hades-themed on your side core, or if you have a different thought, different theme in mind. I mean, Snadra is sort of a ghost, which I suppose could be a little bit Hades-themed in that way. Ooh. Parker is fast. Ooh, you sniped me. I was kind of hoping to bring... Oh, no, that's... I was like, I want to bring Gilman back. Why can't I bring Gilman? Gilman is not on your team, Lids. Gilman is not on your team. That's why you can't bring him back. Silly Lids. Ooh. That wasn't very nice. Hello. You see that Gilman over there? Yeah, don't bring him back. He's not on your team. That's not the way that works. Oops. Ooh. No me gusta. Oh, that throw is wide, thankfully. Don't bring Manly back. That's not cool. Just about to pass it to her. Thank you very much. Oh, I stopped the jump. I could have triple hopped if I had not hesitated. Oh, I couldn't push you away in time. Oh, no, no. Back that way, please. Back that way, please. No, I tried to pass to him. Tried to get him out of there. I was not fast enough. Leave them alone! They didn't do anything to you. Huzzah! Sparker! He did not have prayer beads though, so this is going to be a little bit painful now. Also, maybe don't push my defender out of the way. That's generally not a good thing. That was my Gilman sound effect, in case that wasn't clear. Oh, it's going to be a little while until I get anyone back here. I really thought I was going to win the race that time for some reason. I'd convinced myself that I was going to win the race that time. Oh, I started flying, thank you very much. I started flying, I will have you know. Go, Barker! Go, Barker Ranger. Can you feel that need for Barker speed? Why, aloha. Oh, you jumped. You weren't supposed to jump. Oh, hold on. Did I put prayer beads on her? I think I did. Question mark? I definitely did. Ooh, nope. Didn't intercept that, though. Aha! Oh, did you? Oh, right, we did a double Titan Tooth. I'm surprised that didn't happen earlier. I'm surprised that did not happen earlier. No, you still got me. Hold on, please. Hold on, please. Did you take rekindling? Did you take any rekindling? I would like to know if you took any rekindling. I would like to know right now if you took any rekindling. You have Titan Tooth, I do not. This is a problem. This is a problem.
I may not have taken.
That is a secret I am not willing to share. Oh, I thought you were going to assume that I jumped. Oh, no, Snadra. No, bad Snadra. Bad Snadra. Ooh, that was close. Hello. It's me. He does. That's why he didn't care that I was about to... I was like, you would normally defend me a little more aggressively when I'm about to move in like this. Why have you not done so? Excuse me, I was right on top of you. Did you see that? You gave Tabitha a hug and you didn't get banished. GG. Alright, so there's the Hades themed team. Almost pulling out the win there. That was fun though. Exactly, Gilman's just too busy to get banished. He can't be bothered. Oh, I wasn't. would have had to have been lightning quick to end that one in a perfect time. But let us know, chat, if there is anything else you would like to see or hear for this next one, and we'll make it happen. We have anything queued up? I don't think so. I think we're starting with a blank slate here. So let us know. Well. That depends. I mean, we're on the same team, right? We did have a worm showdown, a worm Pyre Heart showdown. So personally, I think that is at least an important factor to consider. But yeah, I mean, I think, I forget if we matched up in the tournament. I mean, Core made it further than me. Core might have, I forget if it was Core who eliminated me. If it was a Nor last time. Or no, I think it was Failer. Who was it who eliminated me in the tournament last time? I think it was Failer. I might not have come across Core in the previous tournament. But either way, Core made it further than me, so by that metric, definitely. But by the worm metric, not so. Anything we would like to see for this one? Barracks choosing Exiles. I think I might be able to anticipate where this one's headed. Okay, not exactly what I was expecting. Worm first, then choose 2 and 3, or choices 2 and 3 are the same class. Okay, so that means it could be triple worm, I suppose, or worm in the first spot and then flanked by 2 exiles that are not worms but are the same class as each other. Like worm in the middle, nomads flanking that worm, or worm in the middle, demons flanking that worm, so on and so forth. Okay. And then Knights of the Sea. Okay. In that case, let's make it happen. What do we like as a side to our worm entree?
The true night wings shall now
And
face
is that affected
the Pyre Hearts.
by us being at the nest of Trysta?
What do worms taste like?
Who shall conduct?
I mean, there are definitely people who eat worms, right?
Yeah, the harps, right?
I mean, like IRL.
Yes, but I mean like worms in Pyre.
Yeah. I think there's something about harps eating worms. Boss worm and 2 bodyguards. Yeah, I imagine you probably weren't anticipating we would go triple worm, so I probably won't do that, but theoretically, with the phrasing, it was such that that is still a possibility. Okay, so I guess I don't need to choose right away what is going to flank those worms, but I am going to need to choose relatively soon. Yeah, I think we'll probably still go Titan Tooth.
Sir Gilman. Exile.
Okay. So, as I said, theoretically, would be worms on the flanks, but I think that was not really the intention in the request, it seems. So, I mean, you could go really offensively and do something like Savages, but I'm not really sure we want to go that route, because that is not necessarily going to cover for the weaknesses of the worms, so maybe we do... I'm thinking we probably do this. Thinking we probably go that route. And talisman-wise, I think I know what I want one of those talismans to be, but I don't know what I want the second one to be, because it is actually kind of tempting to go Web Lanthorn here. I mean, it's not as necessary with one of my exiles being a worm, but maybe you play it a little bit safe with that. Ooh. Demons.
I'm the Tempers.
Did you take Lady River? Oh, you did. You could be.
Ignatius.
Right. You. Could go Prayer Beads, could go Trysta's Plume if I'm feeling a little bit bold. Because I could have gone Prayer Beads on one and Trysta's Plume on the other, but I'll take it. Keep it relatively simple here with the Prayer Beads. And Core is loading up on Pyre Life here, which is a little bit concerning. He's gonna have a pretty big number by the time we get things started here. 170. Nope, I'm not big enough of an aura to stop that, I'm afraid. There we go. Yes, hello. Goodbye. We got a lot of Pyre Life to chip away at, though. No. Oh, that did have enough on it. It's so speedy! And the problem is, I don't want to be defending with the... Just once again. I was right on top of you, thank you very much, and you decided to not get banished, which I did not appreciate. No! Oh, thank you for alerting me to the presence of this worm that somehow had a larger ore than my harp did. This is Tempa, okay. That's good. She can do this. Oh, nope, that was not timed properly. Uh-oh. Yeah, that was all supposed to be set up for Repelled Swoop. Alas, it was not. Stop doing that! Because I can't defend it with the worm, so I need to bring in the harp, and switching takes time. That was poorly done. Oh, I need stamina! Also, I don't remember if you have someone over here or not. You don't. Nope, you. Hello. It's me. Oh, I started flying, though. That's what I was trying to do before. Alright, it's gonna be a little bit of an uphill battle here. Yes, hello.
An interesting exchange.
Ooh, I missed. I missed. little too close to the lava, as it turned out. Whoopsie daisy. I forgot about the lava, didn't I?
Her wings have served her true.
It's time for a comeback. We shall see about that. Oh, look at this. I got the orb. Oh, once again with the silly lava. I'm totally going that way. I'm totally going that way.
Solution. Now to the flame.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Except I don't need to wait for it. Ooh, hoo, hoo.
Douse the flame. Now then.
I didn't really want to move 10th over there, but yes, sure. Apparently this has happened now.
She soared right in.
No, he won the race this, or kind of, sort of won the race this time.
A blow against the adversary's heart.
Oh, he did win the race that time, actually, though. Oh, no, wrong harp, wrong harp. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, I shouldn't have jumped. That was silly. That was silly. That was a score if I hadn't jumped. No, and I made a very silly switch over that harp, but fortunately, perhaps we can still make this work. Technically speaking, you're my Pyre sharp. I would very much like to score with you instead. Don't block my harp. Don't block my harp, dude. Oh, I am stuck. Did you use stunning claim? Was that a stunning claim? If so, that was very well timed. Very well timed stunning claim. I gotta give you that one. That was very poorly timed. Oh, GG.
No, that was crushing heel.
Crushing heel. Okay, I was like, I am stunned right now, and I don't know why. I have infinite stamina. I would like to sprint into this uncontested Pyre. Well played.
The ceremony is
Well played.
complete.
We almost got the comeback, chat. Started to build some momentum there.
Until the
Put ourselves in a nasty spot early on, though. Alright. So, let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see for the next one. Is there anything you would like to see for this one? Yes, there is. Oh ho ho! It's been too long. Is this our first customize off all night? It's been too long, guys. This is long overdue. Long overdue. Thank you, Brawlenberg, for pointing us in the right direction. Pointing us in the right direction. So customize off, of course, means randomize exiles, masteries, and talismans. Won't even get to see what they are in advance. We just get thrown straight into things. So let the guessing game begin. We can still do songs. We can still do arenas if that's of interest. So let us know. Okay, we have Ridge. We do have Ridge. Any songs to go along with that? Or will that be all? Will that be all? Looks like it may be. So let's get started, and we're just gonna see what we end up with, because we have no idea.
the true night wings.
Okay, so I have two demons, one of which might be Orlek, and a Cur. Cor has a crone. Yes, it is Orlek. Oh dear. Oh dear. It's Orlek. This is not Orlek. This is the one I thought was Orlek, because he's wearing Orlek's usual colors. Nope, nope, nope. Don't do that. Don't do that. No! No! Now we're gonna wait forever for Orlek to return.
Ignatius bashed.
This is gonna be painful. Don't you dare Flappy Harp me. Don't you dare Flappy Harp me. I will have none of that nonsense. None of that nonsense. Ooh, that was not very well done. Wait for it. Oh, you have Fell Swoop as well. That's a little concerning. I don't like that. Oh, wait. I don't like that. Ooh, be it. Okay, rookie. Quick test. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, does he have double? He might have double. He has double.
Poor rookie.
Hello. It's me.
Such chaos.
Leave him alone, please. No. No. Bad. Bad. There we go. There's Orlek. Fair beats? No. That was, of course, wishful thinking, but... Ooh, you still got me back. Alright, rookie. Well, you're primarily right side, so theoretically you're somewhat defensive. Hello. That was not very well done. Nope, nope. Oh. You snuck that past me. You snuck it past me. I will give you that much. Leave Orlek out of this. He did nothing to you. Oh. He did nothing to you. I swear, if this stowaway has False Step and Bottled Void, I will not be pleased. Go away. Go away, stowaway. Ooh, that was close. You know, little nip on the heels with that cast. Oh, not quick enough on the cast. Love if I had Orlek going first instead. That would definitely be ideal. Nope, I should not have jumped there. It was a silly thing to do, in fact. I'm totally going that way. I'm totally going this way.
I have a bottle void on the chrome.
Do you really?
Yeah.
Of course you do. Of course you do.
Into the adversary's flame.
Oh, that did not knock you away. That was kind of silly to go for that. Hello. I mean, I bought some time for this, except I'm out of position now.
His aim was true.
Apparently I have extra damage.
No, this is true, actually. I did not notice this at first. Don't worry. Be free. It is rightfully your— No! The trailing aura! Oh, that's painful. That's painful. Please don't make me go on the attack with demons. No, this is gonna be bad. Rookie, return! Return, Rookie! Save it!
Flung the orb into the flame.
Oh no, he has the salute! Go away! Go away! Go away! Get out of here! Get out of here! Leave! You're not invited! Go away!
Now end the ceremony. A second wind.
Oh, and that's the automatic passing one? For, Talisman?
It is taken.
Woo! There's the bottom void! No, 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 no hard pushing. No hard pushing, please. No hard pushing, please! GG.
Good game.
Those are always fun. You never know what you're gonna get. You just never, like, oh, apparently he has the crowed salute. Alright. I have Orlek. Let's see if we can make it work.
See, I wasn't sure that I actually had this loop because I didn't have serpent
Until the
swiftness.
next.
Oh, yeah.
But then I
Uh-huh.
suspected it after I didn't have a very good cast. So I was like, okay, well then I must have idle pounds.
Okay. I don't know. We might need to ask Core. All right, so we'll turn customize back on, unless, of course, you guys want to turn customize back off, in which case, let us know. Or if there's anything else you guys want to see for the next one, we are happy to oblige. Not seeing anything here, though, so why don't we get this one started, and we'll just take whatever we want to take.
The true night wings shall
Did we reset the arena? Or did I forget to do that? Is this a coincidence that we got in this arena
No,
twice in a row?
I think you reset it.
Were we asking before if it was possible to get the same arena twice in a row? Because I'm now realizing that we definitely have had that happen before.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Like this time, possibly.
this time, but I think the question was whether it's random and then it's twice in a row. Like we picked it.
Yeah, we picked the first one, but I think we have previous. Well, was it always after having picked the first one and then getting a random one in the same spot? Maybe it's always that case. But yeah, we've definitely had the same one twice in a row, kind of like this. On second thought. Okay, so what would we like in this case? I was kind of thinking.
well,
I was liking the harp stuff that was happening before. I was having some fun with that. Yeah, I don't know, some games do have it programmed in where for random options, it's impossible to get the same random option twice in a row. I mean, you guys who have delved into the details with the code would know much better than I would, but I have seen it in some other games at least. Sometimes even if it is not explicitly stated that you can't get the same thing twice in a row, it is still such. Okay, core going. Titan Tooth there. One moment, let me check the scouting report. I didn't see what he did with Snadra. He went, okay, power casting, gotcha. Alrighty then. I was thinking that this was gonna be a savage, although I'm now having some second thoughts and might opt instead. Go for Tizo.
Tizo.
Ooh. The leech on Bertrude. Oh, I couldn't hide successfully. My hiding attempt was unsuccessful. You've shouldered you. Well, that answers that question. Well, that answers that question. Oh man, quick switch. Wow, impressive stuff. Go. Except I don't want to run into. I don't want to jump into Snadra. We'll just all make as much room as possible for Snadra while we're at it. No, not this time. Not this time, I say. Go ahead. You have Titan Tooth as... Oh, you have Titan Tooth as well, don't you? Oh. So it's like that, huh? Oh, and you went for the Crone to avoid the Titan Tooth. Now I see. Now I see. No! I don't have Titan Tooth on this harp, except you missed! I do on this harp. GG.
Good game.
I don't love, to be honest, to be frank, I don't love the switching out of Titan Tooth into a Crone. That feels like that is an unintended glitch.
Oh, you mean just switching out in general? Or
Doesn't it only work with Crones?
no, it works for
It
everyone.
works for... Oh, okay. I thought we made
Pyre.
some realization that specifically it's either switching when
No.
Crones get stunned or switching into Crones.
When
for some
Crones
reason.
get Titan Tooth, they can switch off automatically. They
Okay.
have like some, but they're still stunned, but they can switch off automatically. And the same
Okay.
thing is with the harp when you switch. The harp in the back is still stunned, but you just swap
Okay, I see.
control.
I was gonna say, because if it's like just a full-blown canceling out Titan Tooth, then it just feels like that is just a gimmick that doesn't feel like that ought to work that way. But you know, if it's legit, it's legit, and it's just well played in that case. Can't fault you for that. So let us know, chat, if there's anything else you'd like for this one, and let me know if anyone wants to take my spot. I'm happy to swap out. I know Core was saying a while ago that he was potentially willing to switch out as well, so if you are sick and tired of seeing this old geezer play, then you can switch in from me if you would like. I'm a little over the hill, you see. Back in my day, we didn't have talismans. We had to walk uphill both ways to the opposing pyre. Interesting to see a matchup with 9 skills total. So you mean like across all of your exiles, you can only choose 9 skills, so you could go all 4 on one, all 4 on another, and just 1 on your remaining exile? Alright, fair enough, Braunbert, fair enough. Well played. Well played. I see what you did there. I see what you did there. Yeah, Ren Rocker, you want to do that? And Barrick, we did that, it's something we used to see a fair bit a while ago. But we really haven't seen that for at least a year, I feel like. Once upon a time, it was, I mean, not all the time, but it was a somewhat frequent request, and I do like it, because it does require some strategery that you would not otherwise see. And that's always interesting.
I think we did some, yeah.
Did we do one somewhat recently?
Yeah, some recent.
A few RITE nights ago? 7 across all characters? Yeah, I feel like when you get the number a little bit lower, it might be a little more interesting, because like a 9, you can fully spec 2 of your characters, and at that point, your 2 characters are as they would normally be. Obviously, that means you're sacrificing a lot with one of them, but yeah, I think you did it somewhat recently, but I don't know if anyone else had done that for quite some time since, or that was the first one we had in a very long time when you did that a few weeks ago. So happy to do that too if you guys want to go that route. Happy to make that happen. Is that of interest? Or do we want to just go with the no talismans?
I remember playing at Brawlenberg because I did Bottle Void. I was able to do Bottle Void. I did False Step with Sacred Bond.
I don't remember that match specifically. It
I
sounds
don't
like
remember who I
Core was in it.
against, though.
Next match? Okay, gotcha. Alright, so for this one, just talismans off. Birds first? Okay, sure. Sure thing.
All I've ever known is talismans, so you should be able to beat me.
The true knight
Well, I don't know.
Because back in your day, you know.
I don't know, guys, I was making that up in case that wasn't clear.
Who shall conduct the rites?
It's just a figure of speech. Okay, so what happened to the no talismans. So, what would we like? Talismanless. You know what? I might have an idea. Yeah, I think I have an idea. Sure.
Choose someone.
Sure.
Sir Gilman.
So, whatever we were talking about before. Yeah, no. Just remind us, Brawlenberg. 5 to 10 minutes from now, we might forget what we were talking about. Okay. So, what did you go with? Was that a Snadra? Yeah, it was a Snadra? Okay. No, I'm just trying to go back to my team. There we go. Okay. Now for this one, we're gonna go over here.
Sir Deluge.
Alright, all left side on Manly's. No rekindling, but yes, exploding saplings and numbing gust. And then, for the last one, of course, we're gonna... Oh, wait, no, he's not doing triple worm. Wait, what? No, that was never the plan. Psych! I tricked you. Except we are still going all-out offense. So, yeah. That's a thing. But the talismans? But what about the talismans? No, Core, reading her lore is not going to give you your talismans back. Ooh, no momentum. Also, I was not even trying to go that far. Ooh, good 180 cast. No Snadra. Bad Snadra. Ooh, there's your exploding saplings for you. Nifty maneuver. Don't think you have that range? I don't think you have that range. I still don't think you have that range. Oh, oops. I still don't think you have that range? Question mark? Oops. Mistakes were made. You definitely have the range now. You do now, though. Okay. But see, the thing is that I didn't have prayer beads on him, of course. Oh, you took Stubborn Flame. I didn't notice that. I forgot that. That's gonna hurt a whole lot. Oh, man. That's gonna be painful. Hello, Snadra. Hello to you too, darling. Hello, darling. You're going to have to be, a little more unpredictable than that. He says, as he gets banished. Mini Infinite Worms with Stubborn Flame. Lovely. This is gonna take a really long time. For me, at least. 4 is fine. Oop. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Well, now that was exciting. I'm totally going in this direction. Oh, I was supposed to jump over that. I know you're trying to make that go explodey. I know you're trying to make that go explodey. Oh, I wanted them to die in the other order so that the worm would come back. That thought actually crossed my mind. I was like, let's sacrifice this guy first, the other one comes back. Oh, that was... You see that jump? Wow. Serious range. Where did that come from? Why, hello there. No! Not quite. Not quite. Snipes. Nope, where are you? There you are. That took way too long to make that happen. That was unfortunate. No, please go back to this person. That is also not who I wish to switch to. I definitely should not have jumped there. Well shielded. Don't hit the sapling. Go just far enough to make him think I'm gonna hit the sapling, but then don't hit the sapling. Also, please don't throw it from there. Please don't throw it from there. I would appreciate it if you didn't throw it from there. If you just like take a step or two backwards before you throw it, and then you can throw it. Thank you. Much appreciated. No! I was about to pass it to him. So it's, oh, no Stubborn Flame. That's a welcome sight.
The true Nightwing's fire now burns relatively brighter.
So now it's gonna be that. Sad face. Oh, I missed. I missed! I still missed. Oh, I also no Snapper. Bad Snapper. Bad Snapper. I would very much like to have stamina right now. There we go. There we go. That was definitely the plan to begin with, right? That was totally the plan to begin with. That was definitely the plan to begin with all along. Thank you for giving me the stamina back as well. Just gonna play a little keep away here for a second. Just gonna play a little keep away. Just really hoping to bait that out and that you not get hit by it though. Oh, we went straight in. Thought you were setting up a throw. That one Pyre life. That 1 on the 31, that might become significant. That may become significant. Oh. No. But no. But no. Oh, I didn't get the pass off in time. This is unfortunate. Almost as unfortunate as that.
The deluge is banished.
No. Bad Snadra. No, bad Snadra. Snadra, no. Snadra, no. Don't do that, Snadra. Don't do that, Snadra. Let me score instead. Nope. Nope, bad. No, she's got the smashy stuffs. She's got the smashy stuffs. That was also not how that was supposed to play out. Don't jump! I can't do anything if you jump. Oh, that still got you. That still got you, didn't it? And that means I want you to go. Thank you. That was very kind. Go for it. Go for it. Sure. Why not? Well, that was silly, though. I was supposed to get, like, everyone on your team? Did not get everyone on your team. Well, I'm not gonna jump. That would be silly. That was also silly, admittedly. No snap! No snap! I had a chance! GG. GG. Oh, well played.
Adversaries came ever so close. The rite is complete.
Alright, well, let's head on back.
Until the next rite.
And I think, yeah, Brawl and Bert, you were talking about the whole certain number of masteries across all of your characters. How many do you want it to be? What's the number you'd like for this one? You made the request. You've already paid up in your lid coin. What's the magic number, though? I think you were saying 9 initially, then we were throwing around 7 a little bit. Go with 9? Okay, we'll do 9 then. So, again, that means across 3 characters, we can use 9 masteries. So you could do 3, 3, and 3. You could do 4, 4, and 1. Whatever seems to be the best fit. Up to us to choose. So, anything else to go along with that? That's masteries for that one. Anything we'd like to combine with that? Or will that be all? Looks like that's it. Okay, so why don't we get started then?
The true Nightwings shall take
Thought people usually do 3, 3, 3. If you do 3, you can go all the way down,
Welcome.
which is often, although not always, where the best masteries are.
Oh, did you turn on talismans?
Oh, I forgot to turn talismans back on. Hold on. Hold on a second. Good call. Sermon intros. Hold on. We got time for the sermon intro. We still got time for the sermon intro. We can make the sermon intro happen. Sermon intro is gonna happen. Just you wait. It's gonna happen.
Welcome,
Oh.
exiles. You stand
Oh.
on the pit of
Well, that fundamentally changes just about everything that I was about to do.
yourselves. Know that the scribes themselves are watching. True Nightwings, stand ready. Pyre hearts, stand ready.
Oh boy. Okay. Now we have some serious options. So many things to choose between. Okay, I mean, we gotta check. So if you were to go the Savage route, normally I would go Snapcast, Quick Fling, Heightened Reflex, and Trader's Flight. So you'd lose on Trader's Flight, would probably be the most expendable of those masteries if you went down to 3. That is still a pretty big loss, though. It is still a pretty big loss. Curiosity. Yo, Harp. Can still get speed. Still get an additional dash at 2. Can get quickness at 3. It's his speed after banishing someone. What do you sacrifice? What do you get rid of is the key question. I think... Ooh. 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 Alright, well, I mean, now we've got to do this, right? So I took 1 mastery, which means I can go all out on my other characters. So for Gareth, you're usually my quick thrower. Okay, so it is an Ignarius teleporting machine. A brazen Ignarius teleporting machine, perhaps. It's gonna hit pretty freaking hard. Okay. And in the last spot, I think we go Stowaway Sniper. And give her the range. Alright, and this one's just gonna be... fun. Come on, where's the switch? Where's the... the switch never... Come on, man, where's the switch? I'm waiting for you to switch it to Ignarius. What happened to Ignarius? Oh, off the wall with the imp. Okay. Okay, I see. Now you're setting up the Ignarius switch. Too bad it was a stifled effort. Hello. Oh, I was too far away to jump in off the wall anyway. But, I just got that idea, you know? Just got the idea. Oh no, I was about to banish him! I was banishing him right when you switched him. Thank you very much. Then I got Pamitha instead, and that's no good. Oh, that was your imp, as it turns out. So things did not go terribly well. So things did not go terribly well.
I switched him out in the nick of time. Good games.
GG. Rip indeed. Rip my hopes and dreams of bouncing the orb off the wall. You hate to see it.
Until the stars align.
Alright, well. That was a quick one. But what would we like to see for the next one?
I call that composition the speedrun tactic.
And that it was. I blinked. And it was over. I thought I was the memer, but then I got memed. Is what happened, Brawlenberg. I think you're right. I thought I was the memer, and then I got out memed. It's true. It's sad, but it is true. Last words. Okay. Okey-doke. More Tariq body stuff. Oh, actually, let's turn off in-game music first. Then let's turn on Tariq bot. There it is. Okay, so we have the song. Anything else for this one? Or is the song all we're looking for? Perhaps? Perhaps not? We will see. Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like there's anything else. So let's go.
The true night wings versus the fire hearts.
Alright. Alright. Enough of this nonsense. Enough of this nonsense. Okay, then I want you, yeah, you be Senor Tizo.
If you,
Hmm?
if you're doing my strat, you might want to do Ignarius first.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm not.
Oh, okay, okay.
Tizo.
But I'm guessing this is a sniping manly. Yeah, it is. Or might be. Oh no, not sniping manly. That's quarterback manly on the quarterback manly arena, or at least the fabled Speedy Volfred versus quarterback manly arena, I might add. But I've got Gareth, my sniper in the trees. Oh, Volfred's also a sniper. Okay, I'm sensing a bit of a theme here.
Commence.
Oh, so much for switching into Gareth there, I suppose.
The true night wings.
Alright, just turned into a little dance midway across the arena. I suppose that works too. Ooh, nope, nope, nope. Bad throws. Bad throws. No more throws. Ooh, oof, indeed. No! Rude. Very rude. No! Not enough room. Not quite the room I was looking for, I'm afraid. Remember, he's a sniper. Remember, all of the saps are actually low-key snipers. One moment, please. One moment, please. No, I would like you. You don't have that kind of range. You might have that range. This is your ranged sap. You might legitimately have this range. So how's it going? Ooh, you still got it. Where's my imp? Oh, is vanished. That's where it is. It is not next to my Pyre. As it turns out, it was not next to my Pyre. No, don't go there. That's my sniper's outpost. It's my sniper's post. That territory is reserved for Gareth. It has his name on it. I checked with the hostess. No! These freaking exploding saplings, man. Stop exploding the saplings, dude. Dude, man, Broseph Jenkinson. Don't appreciate it. For now. Nope, nope, no! That was fast. That was very fast.
No more than a lick of flame remains.
Enough of that nonsense. Is what I say. Finally. Finally some room for Gareth. Just trying to carve out some real estate, you know what I mean? Trying to carve out some good old-fashioned real estate. Ooh, that was well placed. Do you have rekindling? Because something tells me you have like 100 rekindling. You do have the exploding saplings, which I know you tended not to pair with the rekindling before. But this does feel like a question I would like to know the answer to right about now.
Well, I do have a worm, so I don't have another Gus.
True. This is true. Another banishment. So quick with the explosions. Just so quick with the explosions. Oh, this is the ranged one, isn't it? This is the ranged one, isn't it? There's another Web Lanthorn imp for you there with the getting rid of a sapling. Well, there it is. It's 20. Okay. Psych, I can make to the orb person. No! The Titan 2. What about the Titan 2? This is not what I want over there. Hey, if you want to have your saplings explode on yourself, that works for me. No. No. No! PG. Alright, well, let's head on back. And chat. White loot dread design. We can try. I feel like the white loot versions have at times been the things that trip up Tariqbot a bit, but we can give it a shot. We can give it a shot. Oh, and look at this. Perfect timing. Let's see. Is Tariqbot smart enough? Let's see. Should we try white loot red design? Oh, also that's the no. That was definitely not going to work. Will this though? It will not. Hold on. Rephrase it slightly. What if we do? Okay, this is a little risky. No. What about that? Huh? No. Nah, I've made 3 attempts. I'm afraid I have struck out. We might need to go with a normal dread design, I'm afraid. 3 attempts were made. None of which hit the mark, unfortunately. But we can go for the normal dread design. Unless you'd like something else instead. But we also have customized turned off, and well, that is of course always a welcome sight. Again, randomized exiles, masteries, and talismans. Won't even know what they are in advance. We're just going to get thrown straight into the action. That works? Alright. Let's do this then, and we will see what we end up with. Your guess is as good as mine. Alright, it's the Glade. I have a Crone, a Harp, and a Savage. 2 Crones and a Savage, it seems, for core. Ow. Ooh, this is a slow Harp. Wow. Oh. Do I have... Hold on. You hear that sound effect?
I'm all left side on my Savage.
I was really thinking you were going to assume I was going to jump. No stamina! I have none! Oh, well this... Oh, that's interesting. Quick enough. This surprises me. This does surprise me. Alright, Elmer. Let's see it. What do you have? Not quick enough on the jump. I am afraid this has happened before. Yeah, Tariqbot's been a little low on the brain cells. This is true. Oh my goodness. Not my best of plays there. Whoa. Okay. That also missed terribly. Nope. I don't have it anymore. See? You just go straight in. I suppose that does work. It is a very quick crone for me. She's all right side. Bring around the Rosie. Hello there. No. This harp is also all right side. Oh, Kerfang? Whoa, that was a lot closer than I thought it was gonna be. Also, I wanted that orb. Hello. I'm totally going this way. I'm totally going this way. You did not fall for the trap. You still intercepted that. Nope, 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 nope. Ooh, and away we go, or not. Quite close call there indeed, I'm afraid. Bro! Oh, I was about to get it off! No, none of that. None of that nonsense. Hello. It's me. Greetings. This is not good. Oh, yeah, you banished my other defender, didn't you? Didn't you? That's not good. GG.
Good game.
Yeah, oh, yeah, I think I had the salute on my crone. I'm almost certain she was all right side, and I think my,
Yeah, I think I had an
harp
old
was all
left
right
side
side.
crow and I think mostly a right side crow, so I could have had the salute.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if it was Tailwind Crest. I think it was just the, or I suspect it was just the Serpent Swiftness, but it might have been. Might have been both. I did not confirm by pressing the salute button, which perhaps I ought to have done. So we'll turn Customize back on, unless, of course, you guys have another Customize off request. let us know if there's anything else you would like to see. And let us know, chat, if there's anyone else who wants to get in here. We've been going for a little while. So I'm happy to swap out.
I can hop out and we can see lids versus CPU.
Nah. That's boring. CPU.
And then
Back in my day, we did not have CPUs. We had CP-Me's. Otherwise, I was thinking, starting to get a little late, this might be our penultimate rite, meaning the last rite in which we'll take requests before we enter Liberation Rite protocols. Does that change anyone's thoughts? Okay, in that case, Cora says, turn customized back off. Turn that customized back off. So that covers Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans. But we could still do Arena, could still do Song. Rollenberg. You can't just summon Falcon Ron and just pretend like nothing happened. Rollenberg, you gotta get in here. You can't just run and go. That's not how that works. Get in here. You must experience the Ronage firsthand. That's the only way it can be done. I mean, it goes without saying, of course that means dirty deal. Rollenberg. That is illegal in 49 states. And the District of Columbia.
Maybe he's in the 50th state.
No, Brawlenbert. I don't know, Brawlenbert. That sounds highly illegal to me. Get yourself in here, man. You can't run and go. The invite is on its way, Brawlenbert. The invite is on its way. And now Brawlenbert's like, well, if I'm going down with a fight. Maybe I can distract lids with this. Very suspicious. Very suspicious. You want illegal. Can't get invited if you get banned. Exactly. That may have been the thought process. True. 5 head strats right there. Playing 7D chess right now. We're just playing checkers. Alright, well, Brawlenbert, I would highly encourage you to get in to partake of the summoning of Falcon Ron. However, if you would rather not do so, I suppose we could just have Core and myself do it, but it just feels like it just wouldn't have the same effect, you know? It just wouldn't mean as much if you didn't get to live it, experience it firsthand. That is the key, really. That really is the key. But I mean, if you insist. Oh, you're about to live it? Firsthand, invite has been sent, I'll have you know. Invite has been sent. I mean, of course it was, sent when you were not online on Steam, so it may or may not actually do it. There we go! We've got Brawlenberg. Perfect. That is just what we need. Perfect. Okay, so let me set you up here. Brawlenberg, which team would you like to be? Let's see here. What is your preferred triumvirate? Well, I mean, in truth, let's be honest here. Let's be honest here. Whatever triumvirate you may want to be, in truth, that triumvirate is just Falcon Ron. Stick with True Nightwings? Okay. Okay, dirty deal, that's good. Unfortunately, we used to have the ability to add additional Ron sounds in the background, but, well, with Shriekbot getting stupider, that is no longer possible, sadly. But okay. Okay. We will have Brawlenbert on the True Nightwings and experiencing the summoning of Falcon Ron firsthand. The only way, really, to do it. So, that covers, turning Customize off is also, I suppose, quite fitting as well to go along with that. So, let's make sure we've got the dirty deal. Yep, we should be all set here. Sound editing seems to be impossible, so it can't really be done. Darn it. If only, as we said, we could get Tariqbot to grow back a brain cell or two, but such is not the case. So, let's get started then. Randomized Exiles, Masteries, and Talismans, and, of course, most importantly, Falcon Ron.
The True Nightwings versus...
Okay, so we're on Spring of Jomir, Sap, Crone, Kerr for Brawlenbert, Crone, Imp, and Nomad for Core. Or, opportunity to get this throw off here, and it does hit the mark, even as his Crone gets banished. Double banishment there. Oh, almost, actually, triple banishment, technically. Core, nearly makes it in with Brawlenbert with the last second save. Here's Rookie. Does he have multiple jumps? He has some speed. Looks like he has Lightning Run, so I want to say he has at least a double jump. Whoa, look at that portal there that Core set up. Goes jumping through the wrong way, though. Would have been a quick score had he not gone in the opposite direction. Trying to set it up in the correct direction this time. Does plunge for 20. Core with a Kerfang on that Crone. Plunges for 33. Core's had several Kerfangs, I think, on his Customize off teams. Rookie. Trying to bait out Headwind. Oh, and does so. Good plunge here. So that must be an all left side Rookie then. Without the extra damage. Row from Core. Oh, look at this. Full rekindling for Brawlenbert. So that's 50 on the second life bar. Core can't make it in on that jump. Raji is blocked and banished, though sets up a dangerous portal. Rookie, he is very fast. And speeds in here for another 15. Oh, an infinite stamina for Brawlenbert? Not sure where that came from.
I have Fairy Spirit on my Nomad.
It was Fairy Spirit from Core, okay. There is the Fairy Spirit, okay. We see it, and Brawlenbert got it. It goes down. And that is the last of Brawlenbert's character. It's going to be a while until he gets anyone back. So Core with time to plunge with Kerfang for a huge 33. Brawlenbert loses Vorfrit. Snipes with Rookie, though. And makes it in for 15. Oh, Brawlenbert back with the orb here. But gets banished. Core this time gets the infinite stamina, though Brawlenbert able to track him down. Waiting to get some reinforcements here. Stuck with just Volfred right now. He is banished. Volfred versus Raji. Raji chasing after Volfred. Not picking up the orb. Now has it. Moving in here. And makes it in for 15, leaving Brawlenbert at 2. Higher life. Oh, the quick throw. Not enough on it, though. Or once again gets the infinite stamina, hops over the defender, tries to set up a throw, but doesn't have enough time. Rookie waits for it. Gets the stamina back. Oh, but he's down. Edwin, oh, has a dangerous portal, but goes into the sapling. Down goes Vorfrit. Rookie returns just in time. He's down as well. Lucky Break will bring him back, though. In goes Rookie. Four, making moves, but off target this time. Four goes back to pick up the little globule, the Moondrop for the stamina. Has a dangerous portal. Goes around the other way. Edwin making moves, but no. Rollenbird able to stop it. Wolfred, oh no, tries to go back to his crone friend, but no success here. And Core plunges for the win.
Good game.
GG.
Their pyre burns, whilst that of their adversaries is but ash. The rite is ended.
All right, well, GG. Well played.
Till the stars align.
Well done. And what do you guys say? I get a re-invite. Controller was acting a little weird. Huh. Likely because of Ron? That may be. You know, Ron just, when you summon Falcon Ron, sometimes crazy stuff happens, you know? Sometimes just crazy stuff happens. You just don't really understand until you experience it firsthand, right? Okay, so let me uninvite you and re-invite. There you are. Re-invite you. Okay, let's reset here. And what are we thinking, chat? Do we want to go one more before Liberation Rite, or do you guys want to go straight into Liberation Rite here? Let's turn off Ron here as well, and turn on True Nightwings for Brawlenbert. And then hit the reset button as we tab back in because, oops. What do we think? Should we go one more before the Liberation Rite? Do we have other things we'd like to see? Or is Falcon Ron the ultimate, penultimate rite? Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Not seeing any requests at the moment, so that leads me to think nothing beats, exactly, right over me. Nothing beats Falcon Ron. So maybe that means we just go straight into Liberation Rite here. Unless I suppose we did just get Brawlenbird in. So Brawlenbird, I mean, if you want to play more matches, then I won't stop you. Of course, if you'd like to play one more before we go to Liberation Rite. Team Reader did, hey, hold on. Reopening old wounds here. One more normal one? Okay, no worries. In that case, this will be the penultimate one. Let us know, chat, if there's anything you'd like to see. Otherwise, we can give Brawlenbert the chance to do a normal match that is non-Falcon Ron related. Actually has the ability to choose their own teams and no customized turned off or anything like that. I mean, unless you want to do any of that stuff again, then let us know. Not seeing it though. So I think we just, oh, hold on. Last second XLs request from Core. I pick Core's Exiles, specifically Core's. That mean Brawlenbert just takes whatever?
Yeah.
Up to Brawlenbert? Okay. Gotcha. Cool. Alright. And just Exiles, you're taking Masteries and Talisman score?
Yeah, just Exiles.
Okay, gotcha. Alright, let's do it then.
Unless you want to choose Masters.
I
You can.
don't know. I haven't decided what I'm gonna want you to use yet.
True night wings
Let's see.
shall now
Let's see. Well, Brawlenbert picks first. Maybe that will inspire me to go a certain way.
Who shall conduct the rites?
Oh, Brawlenbert. Starting in style here. With a prayer beads, Gareth. Phew. What do I want Core to take in that case?
How do we counter Gareth?
I mean, the answer is that we don't counter Gareth because he is the star of the show and he should take center stage.
We have to outstyle him.
I mean, there's no way to outstyle him. Unless you also take Gareth.
Do you have any preference or no?
Go for it. Whatever you want.
Okay.
I usually go L2, R2.
We're gonna go webbed feet.
What? What?
It's a webbed feet build.
Webbed feet is apparently the new thing. If Gareth's doing it, then it must be in style. Setting new trends here.
Now we need stamina. So what do we need to do to get stamina?
Exile.
Webbed feet with derelict. Okay, then it's Gilman. And Brawlbird is like choosing all of my favorite exiles right now. Making it really hard to pick against Brawlbird right now. Next, for you, Core, you're going full derelict. That means you're taking a crone here. And that crone's going to be Udmilda. And I know she's shape-shifting right now, but it is definitely going to finish with Udmilda.
Udmilda.
Alright, that is Iggy Stardust shooting his finger guns at us. Last one for you, Core, is Vorfrit. The Beyonder's Crone.
Vorfrit?
Vorfrit. The Beyonder's Crone. Yeah.
Yes.
Not to be confused with Volfred, the South.
It's time to leapfrog.
Nice.
The question is, what do we put on this one?
Alright. Reducing the Pyre life for Brawlenbird, and here we go. Or moving in with Udmilda, and makes it in with Udmilda for 30 on that plunge. We did see Brawlenbird take a lot of starting Pyre life. Core plunging here with, well, none other than Gareth. No prayer beads on him though, so he's gone for this round. Bright Wisp automatically passes the orb to Core's other exile, but Core is defenseless here. That means time for the finger gun. Oh, fine. The throw, if you insist. No finger guns this time for Miggy. It makes sense, though. And then Core plunges once again with Gareth. Now that he's back, well, now he's going to be gone for this round once again. And the other Gareth nearly makes it in, but he's stopped just short of the Pyre. Core sneaks around the other way, not quick enough, though. The pass from Bright Wisp, though, gives it to the other Crone, who plunges here for 30. Iggy standing off with Gareth. Gareth wins that standoff and hops in for 20. Onboard teleports in and goes all the way to the Pyre. And Gareth did have prayer beads for Brawlenbert, so he's back here now. But it's Gilman on the attack, who nearly sneaks past all the defenders. But it's back to Gareth. Can't escape from the Crones, but Gilman returns, and his throw is unblockable. So that'll land here for 15. Gareth sidesteps the worm and does make it in here, and that drops Brawlenbert to 15, so one more score may be all the Core needs, but it's Brawlenbert on the attack and plunges with Gareth, and that drops Core down to 15, and we have ourselves a tie game. One score all either player needs here. Who will it be that makes the move? Core moves in but doesn't have the orb, which remains unclaimed right now. Bit of a standoff. Brawlenbert teleports to it but loses Gareth. Oh, loses Ignarius as well. Here comes Core. Oh, last minute save from Gilman, except Core teleports the orb and jumps in for the winning plunge. GG. That was a great one. Well played, you two. Well done.
Until the stars align.
Alright, give me a sec. I gotta go to the bathroom real quick.
Alright, no worries. I think this will now be our liberation right here, which means our final run of the night. So no requests for this one. We'll just have both players choosing their preferred teams. So in that case, let's switch things over to the Fall of Solium, turn on the sermon intro, and usually we go for the version of Never to Return of whoever player 2 is. That would mean Pyre Hearts. So we can go that route. And let's see, anything else here? I don't think so. I think we're all set. We'll give Core a second. But, well. How was your first time doing a Falcon Ron match, Brawlenbert? What was that like? Was it everything you expected? Everything you hoped and dreamed for and more? It was cursed. I mean, that's what you signed up for, was it not? I think Celeste does say that. I think you're right. Pretty sure. What you signed up for was summoning and running, which is illegal, as we said. We were not going to let you get away with that crime. We weren't going to let you pull a fast one on us like that. No. You're summoning Falcon Ron. You are experiencing Falcon Ron firsthand. That is the only way it can be done. So I'm glad you got the chance to see what it was all about. We will have no Falcon Ron deserters here. We just wouldn't stand for it. We just wouldn't. And other than that, Brawlenbert, I forget, what is your usual triumvirate? Are you usually a true Nightwings person? Tempers. Okay. I mean, you're welcome to switch to the Tempers now if you'd like. No problem if that's your preference. Just because you like the green. Yeah, colors-wise, I mean, I do really like the True Nightwings colors. That's one of the that is the original reason why Gareth became the most stylish man in the downside. So, I really like theirs. I mean, what with the mods, the new changes that made the Beyonders that sort of semi-transparent white, make them actually look ghost-like. That was really cool too. Especially when you get two of the same class, and then the second one is like this dark black. When you have the, really like the harps. I think the harps might have been the most dramatic for that, where you have the angelic white harp, and then you have the entirely black demon-like harp as well. So Beyonders, they don't sleep on them. They have some really cool colors as well. Firehearts, Essence, I like their colors too.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright, just in time. So, we were saying, Core, we're probably looking to do the Liberation right here, so of course, as you know, that means no requests. We'll just have you two take your preferred teams as we do our final ride of the night. How's that sound? That work for you two?
Yeah.
Works for Core, Brawlenbert? Work for you as well? Awesome. Alright then. Let's do it.
I bid you welcome, exiles. You are gathered at the fall of Solium. Have you the fortitude required to prevail? Let us determine which of you is the superior. True Night Wings, stand prepared. Pyre Hearts, stand prepared.
Alright, so as I was saying, our final ride of the night, our Liberation ride, no requests here. We'll just have both players taking their preferred teams. So we'll see what they go for. Brawlenbert leads off with a ranged throwing stowaway.
$837 I think it's time we liberate her.
We shall see. Is it finally Snadra's day? She's a power casting Snadra at that. Then an exploding Gilman in the second spot there for Brawlenbert. Core goes with a Prayer Beads Vorfrit in that second spot. Then last one for Brawlenbert is a Rekindling Talisman on Bertrude. Unknown. Sorry, Core. Won't get to see how long Palmas has been waiting to be liberated. Presumably right around the same amount of time that Snatcher's been waiting, though, right? And you did see that Brawlenbert took the Stubborn Flame, which means that if Core is in the lead, he will deal 10 less damage anytime he scores, which can certainly add up over time. Owen Core also goes the Rekindling route here. So here we go. Our final ride of the night, our Liberation Rite. Rollenbird on the left representing the true Nightwings, and Core. I say right? I meant left. I know right from left, I swear. Core on the right representing the Pyre. Best of luck to you both. And there it is. GG. Great match. Well played, you two.
They surpassed their
Good game.
adversaries in the end.
Poor Igneos.
Thus, the liberation rite.
And with that, that was our Liberation Rite, our final rite of the night. Thank you, everybody who participated in the rites today. Thank you, everybody who gave us the various requests in chat. We had some good ones today, for sure. Thank you, of course, Brawlenbert and Core for finishing us off with that Liberation Rite right there. I'm going to duck out of Discord here, but I'll catch you guys next week. Alright, but I'm not quite done with you yet, chat. I am, however, done with Core and Brawlenbert. We'll release them from the prison that is Steam Remote Play. But thank you all for watching. This was, of course, our community Rite Night, which we are doing every Sunday. If you're interested in getting more involved in multiplayer Pyre like this, then the best way to do so is, of course, by joining the Rite Club Discord server. That's where we're organizing all this stuff. You can join said group by clicking on that link right there. My name is Lids. I'm hosting these Rite Nights. Like I said, we're doing them every Sunday. I'm also streaming Mass Effect 3 Legendary Edition on Fridays, doing Mass Effect 3 multiplayer on Saturdays, and, of course, Rite Night on Sundays. Then Lids Vids on YouTube as well, posting the VODs for all those streams, so if you missed anything, you can catch it there as well. Also doing some Gwent, the Witcher-themed card game on YouTube, new events for that every week, so tons of stuff for us to do there, as well as some Thronebreaker, which is the Gwent campaign, doing that on YouTube too, and, by popular request, doing some Bastion as well, of course, another Supergiant game. Then Lids Vids on or you can, if you haven't done so already, you can, of course, hit the follow button to get notifications for running live. You can also follow me on Twitter at LidsVids. I was there running live as well. But the best place to stay up to date on all things Lids is actually by joining my own Discord server, which you can do by clicking on that link right there. But that's going to be it for me for tonight. So thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And I'll catch you next time.